This is the voice of the Report of the Week, signing on. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening to today's broadcast of VORW International. Going out to you, I believe, this Thursday, the 20th of August, 2020. Welcome, one and all. I wanted to give a little bit of an introduction to this broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning into the newest podcast, by the way. And a few things I wanted to cover, because the introduction of this broadcast is always, I know it sounds a little counterintuitive, but it's just, I always record the rest of the show, and then I do the intro last, so then I can kind of give a little bit of a preview as to what you're going to get in the show, etc. I know it doesn't make much sense, but hey, it's what I do, and if it works, it works. But anyway, first and foremost, for those of you who watch this program on YouTube, we have 5 pieces of fan art featured in the broadcast. I just want to give some credit where credit is due, first and foremost. The first piece of fan art today goes out to jigsawchan. The second piece of fan art goes to a user on Reddit who goes by the name DK332-Turtles. That's DK332-Turtles. The third piece of fan art goes out to Solaces on Instagram. That's SOLASEES. Solaces on Instagram. The fourth piece of fan art goes out to an individual whose work can be found on Instagram and Facebook by searching Banshee Milk, and also People Eating Tacos. So those 2 usernames there on Instagram and Facebook. And the fifth piece of fan art goes out to Ivy, and it's titled Late Night Reviews. So a huge thank you to everyone out there who submitted fan art to be featured in this broadcast. If you want to submit a piece of fan art for it to be featured, all you need to do is just send it to VORWINFO@gmail.com. Today's show is going to be, I don't think it's going to be 5 hours in length, but certainly close. It'll certainly be on the larger end of 4 hours, maybe 4 hours, 40 minutes, 4 hours, 45 minutes, maybe a little longer than that, we'll see. But in today's broadcast, we'll be discussing a variety of topics, including current events. We're going to discuss the geopolitical situations in Belarus, the explosion in Lebanon. We're also going to discuss some more lighthearted, miscellaneous topics. We're going to explore some hypothetical scenarios. We're going to talk about life itself, the future of humanity, and many other hopefully interesting subjects at that. So hopefully we'll have an enjoyable program in store for you. Before we get into, I guess, the rest of the program now, there are 2 things that I just wanted to mention. Number one, this next segment of the broadcast was recorded about a week ago, and there is a little bit of an uncertainty. I just want to confirm something right now. For anyone interested, coming up this Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2020, I'm going to be doing a special radio broadcast on the shortwave, but listeners elsewhere can tune in as well. You don't even need a radio to listen. But coming up this Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2020, I will be doing a special radio broadcast. It's going to be an hour of some music, some discussion, and really just a lot of fun. I will be doing it, again, purely for the fun of doing it. It's going to be transmitted with a very high power of 300 kilowatts, so very, very strong signal. It's going to be just like the one I did last month, if anyone remembers it. And here's how you can listen. I strongly encourage anyone tuning in right now to please take the time out of your day on Saturday and tune in if you get the chance. Again, it's just going to be a fun hour, just something to do. But here's how you can listen. Number one, if you have a shortwave radio, tune into the frequency of 6070 kilohertz. That's 6.070 megahertz. At the time of 6 p.m. BST, that's 7 p.m. Central European Standard Time, this Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2020. So again, if you're located in the UK, tune in at 6 p.m. If you're located in Central Europe, tune in at 7 p.m. If you're located in Moscow, Russia, for instance, tune in at 8 p.m. If you're in Iran, tune in at 9:30 p.m. If you are in India, tune in at 10:30 p.m. This is all in local time. If you're in Beijing, China, you can tune in at 1 o'clock a.m. But the frequency on your shortwave radio is 6070 kilohertz. That's 6.070 megahertz. If you would like to listen to this broadcast online, it will be streaming on an online radio. Really, it's just click on the link at the time, and you'll be able to hear the broadcast over your computer, over your phone, on whatever internet-connected device you want to listen, and you'll be able to listen in that way. If you want a link to the site, all you need to do, again, it's super easy. Just click on the link when the time is right, and you'll hear the show. Isn't it simple as that? It's super simple. The link to listen is in the description. It is in the pinned comment, and you could really just find it there. Again, time to listen, 1 p.m. Eastern Time for listeners in the United States, 6 p.m. BST for listeners in England, 7 p.m. Central European Standard Time for listeners in Central Europe, 8 p.m. Moscow time, 9:30 p.m. in Iran, 10:30 p.m. in New Delhi, India, and 1 a.m. for listeners in Beijing, China. So again, those are all the time zones this Saturday, the 22nd, so make sure you tune in. Again, it's going to be an hour, it's going to be a lot of fun. The link to listen is in the description, it's in the pinned comment. If you have a radio, again, tune in to 6070 kilohertz. It's going to be a really strong signal, so you should be able to pick it up. And I really hope you could be a part of this. Hope you could tune in. And if you do listen, unfortunately, the way shortwave radio tends to work, there are no analytics for it. I really have no idea who is tuning in, and I mean, that's one of the good things. You know, shortwave radio does have total anonymity, but if you listen in just for the sake of listener metrics, just out of curiosity where the signal reaches, and also just comments, feedback, music requests, because we'll try to play a couple songs, and general feedback for that program is welcome. So if you tune in, please send an email to VORWinfo@gmail.com. Again, that's VORWinfo@gmail.com. So I hope you could tune in, again, this Saturday, the 22nd of August, 2020. Please be there. It'll be a lot of fun. And on a final note, I just wanted to mention, I know this isn't the channel in question, but just a little bit of a... I know there's a lot of crossover. The other day, my YouTube channel, the Report of the Week, reached the incredible milestone of 2 million subscribers. These numbers, to be honest with you, it gets to the point where it's incomprehensible. I remember years ago when I reached 50,000 subscribers on that channel, and even then it was a number that I struggled to visualize. You know, you think of a group of 50,000 people, how large of a crowd that is, to think even years ago that there was that many people subscribed to my channel, my work. I remember in 2018 when the channel reached 1 million subscribers, how crazy that was. And again, how I could not visualize that, and now to double that number to 2 million, it's truly incomprehensible. And sometimes I struggle to even comprehend the true size of these numbers, but also the fact that this many people made the decision to subscribe to this channel of mine. And it truly blows me away. And I know it's been a wild ride over the last 9 years. We've been here for close to a decade now, and it's truly amazing to look back and see just how this channel started. It just started out as a hobby, just as something fun to do, and really where it has gone over these years. And it's truly incredible, and I say it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all so much for your wonderful support, for being a wonderful viewer, a listener, a subscriber. Thank you so much, whether you're a real new viewer or if you've been here for many, many years. Thank you so much. It's your support, it's your kindness, it's your feedback and comments and emails and reception reports that keep all of this going. If it weren't for you guys, the wonderful audience out there, I wouldn't be here doing this right now. This show wouldn't exist. This channel wouldn't be going. None of this would be possible if it weren't for you. So I say most sincerely, thank you so much for your support. You guys are truly a fantastic viewing and listening audience. I mean it. Thank you so much. We're going to keep this all going for a very long time. I'm not going anywhere. The shows will continue, the radio broadcasts will continue, and of course on the main channel, the Report of the Week, the food reviews will continue, and we'll have some other fun videos as well. So I'm not going anywhere, but to everyone out there, thank you so much for your support. I know I can sound like a broken record, but I just hope you know I truly mean it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It's an incredible milestone, but a very happy day for the channel. And, on one final note, just to mention real quick, because I know it's going to drive a couple people crazy, I tried to comb through the broadcast and cut it out because it just kind of, I had a feeling it would lead to more confusion than anything else. Unfortunately, when you have 5 hours of stuff to dig through, I somehow lost the thing that I was going to cut out, and I'm sure you'll hear it like 45, 50 minutes from now. I'm going to say something like, I'm going to say something about a dentist, and that I'm going to discuss that later in the broadcast. And I wanted to edit that out because I'm going to talk about it real quick right now. But I couldn't find it, so I'm sorry for any confusion that will cause. You'll understand the context in a minute. The last week I went over to the dentist because I think some of you are aware of this whole dental work saga that I've got going on. And sure enough, I'm going to have some significant dental work done in the near future, but it's good. It's saving a tooth, and it's preventing a future extraction, so that's good. By all means, if it's work that'll save a tooth, keep it going, and really give it that permanent extension, that by all means, do what you gotta do. But I have a tooth, I guess, for anyone inclined, it's tooth number 30, molar there on my lower right. And back in 2016, there was a filling that was done right at the gum line. And a little while ago, that filling came out. And decay happens to be, behind that filling. And there's quite a massive cavity in that tooth. And this tooth, it has pretty much this hole right at the gum line. And 3 millimeters below the gum, there's like this whole pocket of, just nothingness. It's like the decay just ate away at all the structure down there. There's this whole pocket of just absolutely nothing. Above the gum line, the tooth looks completely fine. All the structure is there, all the structure on the top is fine, all the other sides are great, the structural integrity of the tooth is perfectly fine, but then again, you have this hole on the other side of the tooth, and then below the gum line is where all the issues are. So, coming up next week, providing there isn't a hurricane impact, because I don't know what I'm looking at this one tropical depression right now that, some of the models have it going into Florida, but I really, you don't even know. It's so far out, you can't even predict it. But providing there isn't a hurricane impact next week that'll throw anything off, I'm going to be going in first for, a root canal treatment at a good endodontist. I'm going to get a root canal on the tooth because, again, the decay and stuff is just so far down. Then I'm going to be going in to the regular dentist for a build-up. They're going to reconstruct the tooth. And then I'm going to have to go to a periodontist to get something called a crown lengthening. Because if you were to just put, the issue is that there's this pocket underneath the gum line where all the decay and everything was. If you were to just put a crown on top of the tooth as is, that pocket could get new decay. The crown might not fully stick all the way. So it would just cause a lot of issues. They explained it much better than I am, but it would be a source for potentially more decay, infection, and irritation they said, your gums can bleed all the time otherwise, and it would be an issue, and you don't want that. So I'm going to go in after all this for a crown lengthening procedure where they're going to surgically cut down the gum line at this tooth, because the tooth, it really goes down below the gums for a bit. So they're going to cut down the gums and maybe even have to cut away at the bone a little bit to expose more of the tooth structure that's still intact below the gum line. Then they'll be able to build it up and secure the crown onto that additional structure. And it is a surgery, but as a result, it kind of allows for more tooth structure that the crown can attach to, and it prevents that problem spot from getting reinfected or whatever. So, once all's said and done there, everything will be done, and that'll be that. So, it's going to be a lot of work on this tooth, but, the option given was pretty much, this thing is really far gone. You can get this 3-part procedure and save the tooth, and you can have it for the rest of your life, pretty much. Or we can go ahead and extract it now, and that'll be it. I thought, for goodness sake, I don't want to lose another tooth, so I don't care. I'll go through all this work, and if it can be saved, it can be saved. That's what we'll do. So that's the plan. It's going to be busy, but the good thing is that even though the procedure sounds intimidating, the recovery time for it is really, really quick. I know, it sounds, cutting away the gums and, and grinding into the bone. It sounds really awful, but the recovery for that is going to be 1 to 2 days. It's going to be fine. And then I'm going to have a permanent tooth there. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. So I'm really optimistic for it. I feel like I'm in good hands, and it's going to be good. So, other than that, that's the big dental work that, again, I was alluding to in the broadcast but never got a chance to talk about. So that's what I'm doing now. But it's gonna be good. I don't know, I just feel really good about it. And after that, I had, because I know my mouth is a bit of a mess, I had full, x-rays done of my entire mouth. And once this is done, all the real big issues are finally done. Then I just have to get a couple fillings, and everything's looking good otherwise. No more extractions or root canals or any of that. So, once that's done, this is the biggest issue, and then it'll be all set and good to go, and get a few fillings, that'll be fine, and all is good there. So it's just going to be busy there. I'll keep you guys updated for anyone curious, but that's just what we have to talk about there. And with that, let's just get into the show. Feedback, by the way, is welcome to VORWinfo@gmail.com. And if you do want to support this broadcast, because monetization is very, very iffy, and even if it does get monetized, any revenue is beyond marginal, really. It's the ad rates for this channel are so abysmally low, it doesn't really matter in the end if it is or isn't. It doesn't make much of a difference. If you do want to support this broadcast, help keep it going, a donation is welcome to VORWinfo@gmail.com via PayPal or via Patreon at patreon.com/the report of the week. And with that, sit back, relax, and enjoy a long spell of VORW. Enjoy. Welcome, everyone, to this newest program. Welcome, one and all. Pleasure to be here, and it's great to have you tuned in. I have to say this right off the bat, because it's just one of those issues that I know now if I don't address it, you just have to bring it up right away. I know a lot of people, they enjoy the microphone that's used for this program. They like the old, I don't know what you'd call it, analog, type of sound, that it sounds like it's being broadcast over an AM radio when it really isn't. I know that some listeners who have been with the show for a while enjoy it for maybe the sake of nostalgia. It's the same setup that I had used for years and years. Well, I got some bad news for you. And I don't say that in like some sort of, weird sarcastic manner. Oh, I got some bad. No, I mean legitimately, it is what it is in the end, but I know some people aren't going to like it. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, here's what we've got. This microphone that I am using is quite literally on life support. And I mean, it's done. It's the thing's done. You might say that doesn't make much sense. You're recording right now. So how exactly is this thing on life support? If it works, right, that doesn't make much sense. Why don't you just go get another one? What's the problem? Now, here's the problem. Number one, here's the issue. The old microphone that I use for this show is, by technological standards, at least digitally speaking, I wouldn't say ancient, but very old. Very old. It's one of those old, God, what were they? Those old clip MP3 player with the voice recorder things from 2008. Yeah, that's actually what's used. Here's the issue. They're old. They break extremely frequently now. And it's harder and harder to find one that is in just as good shape and isn't running into these same problems. Obviously, with technology, especially with all due respect, technology that isn't manufactured in the best standards, well, it runs into issues. Let's be real. You know the way it is, old computers, old smartphones, old cell phones. Yeah, once it's around for a few years, it starts giving you problems. And these microphones are no different. And this is probably the fifth one that I've gone through since 2014. So, I mean, they don't really have the largest shelf life to begin with, but because these aren't made anymore, it's harder and harder, like I said, to find one that works. So I think I'm going to have to put it into retirement. It's not feasible to use this anymore. Because if you saw the setup that I am using right now to even record this segment of the broadcast, you would probably find it like absurd in a funny way, mind you, but it's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous, and it's completely impractical to the recording process whatsoever. I have this microphone here, and it needs power to even function. Now, normally, it's, you plug it in, it charges, and that's why you can use it, cordless, wirelessly, right? Then you, through USB, you plug it into the computer, and you transfer the files and all of that. Alright, here's the problem, and it's the same exact issue that I've had 5 other times in the past. There's a component inside of it which becomes disconnected from the battery. Now, if I wanted to, I could open it up and I can mess around with the wires, and I can go ahead and I can do this, that, and the other thing. Well, I'm by no means technologically skilled enough to do that, number one. And number two, I know I would find a way to mess it up. So that's not an issue, and that's the only way to fix it. You have to open it up, you have to mess with the wires, and otherwise throw it out and get another one. Because a component inside the microphone disconnected. And as a result, it doesn't hold a charge. So you unplug it from the computer to use, and it shuts off, and it cannot be turned on. You can charge it and charge it and charge it all day long, and it's not going to do anything. The minute you unplug it from that USB, forget it, the thing is done. it's gone. It shuts off. If you're recording something, it's plugged in and you unplug it, forget it, it's lost permanently. The only way I'm able to record this right now is through an extension cord plugged into the wall outlet. Then plugged into the extension cord is an adapter. Then plugged into the adapter is part of the USB cable. And then plugged into the USB cable is the microphone. So I have this whole little chain of wires, and come on, now I have to drag this around. It's not wireless anymore, it's not cordless anymore. That's one of the reasons why I enjoyed using this. I have to lug this heavy cable around. It keeps getting caught around my legs every time I try to walk. And then I have to hold it in a certain way, because otherwise, God forbid, that it becomes loose and I lose everything. And the only way to fix it is you have to open it, you have to get a soldering iron, and you have to mess with the wires for a while, and that's not even guaranteed to work. Most people just say, if it happens, it's useless, it's just a piece of junk, so just throw it out. And then I actually had a backup one, because this issue happened to me so often, and that's why I had to go through so many, and the backup one doesn't turn on either, and it's the exact same issue with that. So I guess this component was just poorly made, and it just is kind of, its lifespan has run its course. So as a result, I know people are going to be upset, and there's not a thing I can do about it at this point. All I can say is I just shrug, and that's it. I can't do anything about it. There may be a time I will certainly try to invest in a microphone, going forward that can offer the same type of portability, but I doubt it will offer the same audio quality, because that is not a selling point in microphones. No one wants to buy a microphone and says, yeah, we sell it and it makes you sound like you're an AM broadcaster. No. People want fidelity. They want you to hear everything. I mean, I suppose manually, if like someone really wants this, and I don't care, leave feedback by all means. I can go ahead and I can record the program through the professional microphone. And then if some people are really diehard, I can manually go into programs and lower the audio fidelity to the point where it sounds like this old one again. That I don't care. I'll be happy to do that if someone really wants that. By someone, I mean an overwhelming majority, like 90+% of listeners. If you want that, I'll do it. I don't care. It's no real additional work on my end. I already tweak the audio. It'd be one more step, and that's fine. So quality-wise, that can be fixed. It's just, this microphone is done. And it's a sad end to a long chapter in this show's history. But, this was the first type of microphone I ever recorded this program on back in 2014. I used it all the way up until, I would say, 2019. And then I resurrected it in 2020, but I think this is it. Because again, with this one shot, with the backup one shot, and so few left on the market, and those that are probably in no better shape than this, it's just not practical anymore. And I just don't want it to be a money pit and just spend, $100 again and again and again on things that are just going to break after a few weeks of usage. So, it's a shame. But you know how it is. It's the cycle of life. Things run their course. And that's where we stand. So, with that, please stand by. I'm going to conclude this portion of the broadcast, and with that, most likely the final time we're going to be using this setup. So bear with me as we transition here to the more clear, newer microphone professional setup. Brace yourselves, we're going to be taking a digital leap here. And either way, let me know your feedback. What would you like? Are you okay? I just want to know, are people okay with using, as you will hear in a moment, the clearer high-fidelity setup? Is that okay if it ruins the experience? And again, I need to know. You can just leave a comment in this case. You don't need to flood the email with it unless you have detailed thoughts. Are you okay hearing it clearer on that setup? Or again, would you like me to manually lower the quality? As counterintuitive as that sounds, if people really want that, again, like I said, I don't care. I'll do it. I know there are ways. So please leave your feedback as to what you would recommend quality-wise. But with that, we conclude this chapter in VORW history by powering this setup down for the final time and kind of going back to the future. In this case, we really are. We're reverting back to the much higher tech setup. Alright, signing off on this recording in 3, 2, 1. And here we are with this audio setup. Once again, I know it's been a while since I've done this show with this microphone, and certainly a change-up, I imagine, for some, but I think we'll get used to it pretty quickly anyway. Yeah, it's disappointing, though, to tell you the truth, that the microphone had to give out on me, but it's a fragile piece of equipment, you know? I mean, what more can you say? It's very fragile. You know, gosh, the whole thing... I guess those microphones that I had been using, I'm talking the old ones, were all from, like, 2007, 2008. So again, when you look at the span of technology, the lifespan of it, especially modern technology, that's the thing, and I think it is true when people say, you know, modern technology, it never lasts. And that's done on purpose, perhaps, to, you know how it is, make you go out, buy another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then get the latest release, right, which is really no better than the last one. And it breaks just as easily and falls apart just as easily, and then you gotta go get another one after that, and so on. That's the business model, granted. And there's always exceptions to that, and legitimate mistakes, legitimate issues, but it's just an observance on my part, anyway. You get this, and it's convenient, it's fun, and the audio quality, again, some people complain, but it was fun. Kind of had a retro sound to it that you don't hear all that often, but what can you do? I was disappointed like a couple days ago. I was getting ready to turn it back on, I guess after Isaias, after that storm had passed through the area. Because it really ended up not being a big deal, that storm at all. It missed Florida completely. And I thought, well, now would be a good time to just share a few, parting thoughts on that storm. I go to turn it on, doesn't turn on. I think, oh no. And I knew right then and there that there was trouble. Because I always keep these things well charged. I always do. I mean, the battery life on these things is practically full. So all of a sudden, with it being unable to turn on at all, I knew this was a problem. Sure enough, I take it, I plug it in, and what do you know? Doesn't function. Unplug it, it finally turns on, then I unplug it, shuts off. Same issue, it's just, the thing is dead, it's just not, it's not gonna survive. And, like I was saying before, any feedback is welcome. If you're just okay with this, that's fine by me. If you don't even need any adjustments or tweaks to be made, I won't. But it's up to you. You guys are the listeners, and even though I suppose it's my show, I always want to see what you guys feel, what you guys think about it, so that's what we have going on there. And that's one thing about life. One thing about just the way this world is. You can try to plan everything out. You can try to do things a certain way. You can have things down to a science, practically. But there's always going to be unintended events or occurrences, sometimes very minor, sometimes major, that will come in and will throw us off balance and will catch us off guard. That's why it's good to be prepared, but you can never be prepared for everything. You never can. There's always going to be things that happen unexpectedly, again, on a very small scale and a large scale. In the end, this is beyond menial. It's just a microphone. It's no big deal. But it still goes to show this technical issue blindsided me. It came out of absolutely nowhere. And obviously does have impacts on the show. Now, nonetheless, focusing on some things that I did want to discuss in the show today. Number one, on a non-technical update, 2 radio-related things. Number one, I am pleased to announce that VORW Radio International has a new radio outlet. This is really big. I'm really excited for it, and it's awesome. Very happy to announce that this broadcast is going to be aired every Saturday on an AM station. So this is the second AM affiliate for this broadcast. We're going to be going out now on radio station KYAH over in Utah for listeners out west. And KYAH, the frequency is 540 AM. 540 AM, KYAH. They have a really good coverage area because 540 is a really good AM frequency. I mean, it's a good one. I think some people have actually said 540 is one of the best frequencies to have on the AM band because even during the daytime, it offers such a large coverage area. So the time you can hear this new broadcast on KYAH, it airs, and let's just verify this real quick. Let's look at the schedule here, so we have it all official. It airs every Saturday at the time of 12 p.m. Mountain Time. So 12 p.m. Mountain, every Saturday, my broadcast airs on 5:40 a.m. for listeners in Utah. This equates to 2 p.m. Eastern, or 11 a.m. Pacific. But 12 p.m. Mountain Time every Saturday, 5:40 a.m. And looking at the coverage map right now, the coverage area is huge. The strongest signal will be in central Utah, but certainly up Interstate 15. Then it'll reach the more populated areas, such as Orem, Utah, Provo, Utah, the Salt Lake City area, and further north into Ogden, Utah as well. So certainly it will reach all the populated areas in the state, as well as some of the open desert and vast expanses. But the AM signal should also cover really the entire state, portions of northern Arizona as well, including the Grand Canyon. The broadcast should also reach into portions of eastern Nevada, and there may be a possibility of listening in the Las Vegas area as well. And to the north, it should extend into portions of Idaho and Wyoming, and then to the east, it should go into Colorado, up until the Grand Junction area, perhaps. So not too much into Colorado, but really a very large coverage area of several hundred miles across the western U.S. And hopefully it'll work out. Hopefully there might be travelers along the interstate highways there, maybe some truck drivers, maybe some motorists that'll be scanning around, that'll pick up the broadcast, tune in. Might be people out there in the desert listening in, or any interested listeners. But, I've checked on those online receivers, and certainly it gets a good signal out. I've checked reception of 5:40 a.m. North of Salt Lake City, and it certainly gets a good signal there. So I know if it gets a good signal north of Salt Lake City, then in the city itself it reaches there too. So it's a pleasure to have this broadcast out there for listeners all across Utah and parts of the western U.S. on the AM dial. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and if anyone out there is listening in, or if any of you guys tune in, reception reports and signal reports are always welcome to VORWinfo@gmail.com. So that's what we've got. A few things in the news that I wanted to discuss. And obviously by the time this gets out, it's probably not going to be the most punctual, is that the right word for it, program, but it's something that I want to talk about nonetheless. There was, of course, I think we've all seen it, and we've all heard about this, the massive explosion that happened over in Lebanon. This happened on August 4th. That was a Tuesday. And I remember, because on August 4th, it was a busy day for me, number one, because on that day, I had to first go over to the dentist. And let's just say that's no fun. It was busy, and I'll talk to you guys about that next, after this, because you have a train of thought going, and you don't want to interrupt that. So, number one, it was a busy day at the dentist, and that'll be the next update. Then, on that day, the highly promoted, the highly publicized storm Isaias was going up the East Coast and was knocking out power as far as the eye could see. The power outages that this storm caused were truly historic. We'll talk about that as well. And then, a little late in the day, you know how I check the news, I always try to see what's going on, especially internationally, because here in the US, it's such, partisan stuff. It's always finger-pointing from one side to the next. And I always say, and I don't mean this too harshly, but sometimes I'll say, well, I always like to monitor world news where the real news is. Not that the stuff over here isn't necessarily newsworthy, it's just that sometimes things get so politicized that is it really worth a headline to talk about, this or that, sometimes even personal attacks against one person or another. I don't think so. But I read this headline that comes up, massive explosion reported in Beirut, Lebanon. Now, I'm not afraid to say it, because I monitor the ongoing situations across the Middle East. I follow the civil war in Syria very closely. I follow what is now, I suppose, the aftermath of the conflict in Iraq. There's still, some fighting over there. I monitor relations with Iran. I look at what's going on with the Taliban in Afghanistan, the civil war in Yemen, and then into North Africa, which of course gets lumped in with the Middle East. I've been following the civil war in Libya very closely. So I always monitor the situations, and of course, Lebanon, right? Let's load up the world map right now, so just where it is. Okay? Because I know our geography isn't always perfect. Lebanon is a country that's located in the Middle East. It's located really to the south of Turkey. Okay, to the south of Turkey. It's right near Syria. It's on the Mediterranean Sea. To the south of Lebanon is Israel. So that's where it's located. It's right next to Israel. Right to the north of Israel, I should say. Beirut is the capital of Lebanon. That's the capital city. And Lebanon it's not necessarily the most peaceful country. They're going through some turmoil right now. There have been lots of protests, really over the last few months, against the government of Lebanon. But They have at this point in time managed to avoid large-scale civil war, like what you're seeing in neighboring Syria. However, things still happen. And of course, one group that you still hear about in Lebanon is Hezbollah. And they had been clashing a little bit, not all that much, really just border skirmishes, but they had been clashing with neighboring Israel, I'd say a few weeks ago. So when I saw this headline about an explosion in Beirut, Lebanon, I initially thought one of two things. I thought, maybe this was an Israeli airstrike, or it might have been some sort of terrorist attack, let's say from the Islamic State, or, whatever remnants of that exist. That was until I saw the video of the explosion. So mind you, this was my preliminary thought as I was looking through the headlines and I was just seeing what had to be said about this. I didn't see any pictures, and I didn't see any videos of it at that point. When I saw the video of it, everything changed. Because I realized when I thought massive explosion, I thought, a large car bomb, maybe a small airstrike or something, but usually things get blown out of proportion. When I see these reports out of the Middle East, a lot of the time, things tend to get exaggerated, for better or for worse. Especially in Syria, you see these sites that report, a few mortars getting lobbed, and they say massive explosions reported. Really it's just 2 mortar shells blowing up, which is still big, but it's by no means massive. No, this was no play on words. This was a massive explosion. And when you look at the video, it was horrific. There's no other way to properly describe it. It was terrifying. It's a normal day. Life is going on. It's been a turbulent time for Beirut to begin with. First, there's a noticeable explosion and fire at the dock, at the port. And people see the smoke. That's when most people start taking out their phones and start filming it. They see a fire, they're filming the smoke, it's something to get a video of. And that goes on for about 40 seconds, but at that point in time, it's no big deal. It's like a fire down at the dock. Nothing crazy. Then the explosion happens. And this thing is like a nuke. A small nuke. But, as many have drawn a comparison, like a nuclear explosion going off. It is that big. The shockwave, the plume of smoke, you name it. In the blink of an eye, there's no time to react. This thing is massive and it's fast. Anything in this thing's path is, if you're far, damaged, and if you're close, destroyed. And it engulfs, at least the shockwave, the entire city. Every single window gets blasted in. The sound is deafening. And closer to it, everything is obliterated. All the warehouses at the dock there are just destroyed. They're shells. That's it. There's nothing. Cars are flipped over. Nearby buildings are totally demolished. All the walls are blown off. And you look at the before and after photographs, there is a literal crater in the ground where this explosion happened. I mean, it's that massive. Like, it's insane. To read the official information, on the evening of August 4th, 2020, a sequence of 2 explosions occurred in the port of the city of Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. The extremely powerful second blast resulted in at least 157 deaths, 5,000 injuries, 10 to 15 billion US dollars in property damage, and it made 300,000 people homeless. So, this was incredibly powerful. Some reports that I have seen have actually said this is one of the largest non-nuclear explosions ever recorded. Not the largest, but one of the largest. It was detected by the United States Geological Survey as a seismic event of magnitude 3.3, so it's that big it created an earthquake of its own, 3.3 magnitude, which reached Turkey, Syria, Israel, and parts of Europe, and was heard more than 100 miles away. As a result, the Lebanese government declared a 2-week state of emergency. We've pretty much talked about everything except the cause of this. And early on, you started, hearing all of these different guesses. And one theory that started becoming popular early on that a lot of people became very convinced was the truth, that seemed ridiculous to me, was that it was a fireworks factory blowing up. This was no fireworks factory. I've seen, in my unprofessional opinion, that was no fireworks factory blowing up. And I've seen fireworks factories blown up. I've seen videos of that happen. There is one that blew up in Mexico City a few years ago. And it was a spectacular video. It was morbid, obviously, because people ended up dying. But it was oddly breathtaking, too, to see that. But it was a long, pronounced, continuous explosion in that case. All the fireworks detonating and stuff. Not just one singular massive blast like this was. So what was the cause? Right now, the leading theory, which I agree with, they say the blast was linked to about 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, which is equivalent to around 1,155 tons of TNT, that had been confiscated by the Lebanese government from the abandoned ship MV Rosus and stored in the port without proper safety measures for 6 years. Now, ammonium nitrate, if you're not familiar with this, that is a dangerous compound. It's predominantly used in agriculture as a high nitrogen fertilizer. You know what other explosions were caused by ammonium nitrate? As I watched the explosion in Beirut and the video of it, one event that was kind of recalled in my mind was I was thinking, this explosion was massive, and the only other one that I remember seeing that was this big was from back in 2015. The explosion that happened in the industrial city of Tianjin, China, where that was a massive blast that happened at one of the warehouses, and again caused an unprecedented explosion and fireball and subsequent shockwave. And I didn't know how closely related they were. I just thought in my mind, this is the only thing I can draw a parallel to here for reference sake. What was the explosion in Tianjin a result of? Ammonium nitrate, 800 tons. So, that massive explosion in Tianjin, China, for those of you that remember it, was only 800 tons of ammonium nitrate. This one was 2,750 tons. And I remember looking at how large that explosion was. I remember the day that it happened because it was just so breathtakingly terrible that I was blown away by it. I couldn't believe, this really happened. You know? I remember that afternoon I was sitting there, and I was looking online. I was trying to get any info I could on the situation. I grabbed my shortwave radio, and along with, looking online at any source I could find, I tuned into China Radio International to try to see what any official news on the disaster was. I remember being slightly disappointed that for 2 hours after the fact, the Tianjin disaster wasn't even covered, and then when it wasn't even discussed for more than 2 minutes. So I was just disappointed that such an event received such little coverage from the state media in China. But sure enough, this is the same exact chemical compound, ammonium nitrate. And a third explosion that received a lot of coverage was the Oklahoma City bombing back in 1995, which was perpetrated by Timothy McVeigh. And that was when there was the truck bombing over there of the federal building in Oklahoma City. And that was a disastrous explosion as well. And again, ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, fertilizer. All three of those disastrous explosions have that same chemical compound involved. Now you might be saying, okay, well that's interesting, if I didn't know already, now I know that ammonium nitrate is some very powerful stuff and that it can certainly cause problems and lead to unprecedented destructions, so that's good to know. Where are you getting at this? Here's the deal. A lot of people are still adamant that it wasn't the ammonium nitrate, that it was just a fireworks factory blowing up. Because, and I'll tell you why some people try to refuse to accept that it was ammonium nitrate. Well, there were two things. Number one, there's a video of a black object going through the sky, which I'm pretty sure was just a bird. People think that was a missile, but I think that was just a bird flying there. And secondly, some people try to rationalize things too much. They try to say, well, obviously, yes, the ammonium nitrate can be responsible for such a massive explosion, but wouldn't it be more logical that the Lebanese government would understand that, and it wouldn't be stored so haphazardly? Well, that would make sense, but that's pretending that we live in a world where mistakes don't get made. And believe me, a lot of places cut corners and do things really haphazardly that it's best we don't know about it. So I'm not surprised at all, sadly, that you have this warehouse full of ammonium nitrate, incredibly dangerous, just sitting there. A powder keg ready to explode. And I bet there's many other instances of this all around the world that thankfully haven't been detonated, but improperly stored, improperly secured, in bad conditions, you name it. And other chemicals, not just ammonium nitrate, but plenty of these horrific accidents waiting to happen. We can try our best, but things slip through the cracks, even when we really just try to give it our all. The big what if, for me, is not what the explosion was. This was definitely that ammonium nitrate going off in an incredible quantity. I've seen some theories go around where some people have said that they think that it was, a low-grade nuclear weapon that was secretly designed by Iran, but because it was poorly designed, it detonated on its own by accident, and it didn't properly trigger, and it just caused this huge explosion. To me, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think that's much more of a stretch than saying that it was ammonium nitrate that was stored very, very badly, and someone obviously screwed up royally. Royally. Really messed up. The only question to me, we know what it is, we know where it was, why did it go off on that day? Now, to me, I'd say that there's a 90% chance that this was a tragic accident, and it cost many, many lives, and it changed so many lives as well. That, to me, seems like the most likely possibility. But, given that the Middle East is a very turbulent region, plagued by constant contact, power struggles by regional powers, proxy attacks, direct attacks, radicalization, terrorism, etc., is there still, to me, a possibility that this stockpile of the ammonium nitrate was discovered and intentionally detonated to cause destruction? I still think that it's an unlikely possibility, but it's something that I just can't cancel out right now. Because there have been stranger things that have happened over there, let me tell you. And another reason why I still don't discount that is, and listen to this comes straight out of the mouth of the president of Lebanon himself, that there are two possible causes of Tuesday's explosion, either negligence or, as he said, external intervention by a missile or bomb. Right, and we know that the blast occurred when a fire ignited all the ammonium nitrate. The cause of that initial fire is unknown, and the Lebanese president asked France for satellite images to see if there were warplanes or missiles in the air at the time of the blast. And this differs from the main narrative of recent days, which focused on investigating the Lebanese port and customs officials for negligence. He also told journalists he received information weeks ago about the dangerous material and immediately ordered military and security officials to take care of it. So we will see, and right now it seems like a terrible accident, and that's more likely than not what it will end up being, confirmed. But the fact that even the president of Lebanon is still looking into this and has not ruled out the possibility of outside meddling and, intentional detonation, I think it just goes to show how unsettled the region is. And that is still a slim but distinct possibility. And if evidence does come out that this was done on purpose, I don't see there being any other way than there being massive implications toward whichever party was responsible for that, whoever it was. So as the situation develops, we will see where it leads us. One thing, of course, that we have to remember, though, regardless of what the cause of this ends up being, a tragic mistake, a horrible accident, intentional detonation, or whatever it ends up being, the most important thing is that this happened. And there's many dead, many injured, and many homeless. And we just really have to hope that Beirut, a city that's really been through a lot lately, is able to recover from this, is able to stabilize, and is able to bounce back from this better than ever. And I know that they will. They're getting a lot of international assistance, international aid. The world community, by and large, is coming together to try to help everyone out. And I know that they will bounce back. That's the feeling that I've got. But right now, this city is on its knees. It's not totally destroyed, but a lot of it is in really, really bad shape. And that, of course, again, is probably why the availability on that one big site over there in Austria is what it is. Because, these international news stations are focusing additional resources probably on trying to get a signal over there to Lebanon, because a lot of the people, that's what they got right now. That's what they've got, the radio. That's it. So hopefully the cause will be revealed, the exact cause, and hopefully the recovery will be swift and successful. I think the scariest thing about it to me is there was so little time to react once that second explosion took place. You know, in our minds, and at least in my mind, and I think in a lot of ours, we take a lot of, I guess, tips or ideas as to how these situations will really play out from either what we see in television, in film, online, or maybe it's just our own self-preservation instinct gets in the way. I don't know which one it really is. But I think we envision it as being, even if it's like right there when it happens, and we are obviously in a bad spot. Oh, you know, I'll have time to react to it. I'll have time that when I see the blast, I'll be able to duck and get cover and go inside, and I'll be okay. Nothing's going to happen to me, you know, it's never happened to me before. I'll see the blast, I'll have maybe 10 seconds to run somewhere, and I'll be okay. Maybe in the very least, it'll be just enough time to be okay, get through without a scratch, maybe some bruises, maybe a cut here and there, but I'll be okay and I'll live to see another day. And I think that's how a lot of our minds, if we were trying to envision ourselves in that type of situation, would process it. You know, it's like it can't happen to me, and if it does, I'll be all right. I'll react to it. I'll be okay. In reality, you're filming it. We're exposed, we're out there, and by the time that second blast happens, we're caught up in it like a deer in the headlights. And then in that split second that we finally realize, oh shoot, I gotta get out of here. The shockwave and everything behind it is already right on top of you. That explosion, it was probably 1 to 2 seconds, most, to even react. And that's no time at all. And what made me really think about that is a sad video I saw from the port. Because there were lots and lots of different angles, and I think so far there have been like 120 different videos of the explosion. And most of them, are within several miles of it. And even that, all the windows got shattered and everything. And it just goes to show how quickly that wave hits you. But there was one video that was particularly sad to me. And it was in the port. It was right there. I would say that the stockpile of the chemical wasn't even a quarter mile away. It was right there. It was several warehouses down. You could see it. And there were a lot of dock workers that were at that distance watching it, watching the initial fire. Maybe like 15 guys. And by the time that second blast happens, there was zero time to react. Maybe enough time to make one full step, one way or the other. And the saddest thing is watching that video and very likely knowing that either every person in that video is either dead or seriously injured. And as I watched that, I couldn't help but sit there and think to myself, if I were in their shoes, just another day working at the shipyard, you see this fire, you're kind of there with your coworkers looking at this, and then everything's over. You're gone. There's no time to react. You always think, I'll be able to run, I'll be able to get away, but there was zero time to do anything. And while it's morbid, I think it just goes to show the unpredictability of life. Of course, life is unpredictable in good ways and bad ways as well. And, well, what a precious and fragile thing life is. That's why I sometimes try to abide by the approach better safe than sorry. And I am not perfect at that at all, but in certain cases, I don't know, what can you really do there? My heart really, it goes out to all the people, all the victims of this tragedy. And it's just scary, scary stuff. You're listening in to VORW Radio International. Alright, so on another note, and really I just wanted to give this as more of a remark in passing, because then we'll get to some listener letters. We have a lot to talk about, so I don't have too much else to discuss other than that. But I just wanted to comment, and I know I've done this before, so that's just why I don't want to be a broken record, going over and over and over and, over again. But I just wanted to mention, especially for listeners in the United States, we live in a very, very connected world, granted. Of course, so much of what we do is reliant on the internet. It's reliant on even the signal that goes out to our mobile devices. It's reliant on electricity, of course. It's how it's been for decades. Right? You need electricity to live the life that we live. It's as simple as that. Despite it being such a critically important resource, the power grid over here is not indestructible by any means, by any way, shape, form. The power grid here is terrifyingly fragile, to tell you the truth. And that's just why I always say this, and I'm always an advocate of it. It's purely up to you if you're interested or not, but I say this as an open offer. I'm extending a metaphorical hand to anyone interested. But if the power grid ever goes down, I've said it before, you know what's coming. Radio is there for you. Radio is your friend. Local AM, FM radio for news, for updates, etc., especially in the event of severe weather that brings down power. And I always recommend shortwave radio for just an outlet for alternative programming, for international news, for comments, perspective, and entertainment of all shapes and sizes. I really recommend you get a radio, if you do want to get one, either for emergency or for casual listening. Even if you just get it, you put it on the shelf, leave it in its box, and you never use it until maybe you need it. Or if you just want to use it every day, that's fine. But by all means, I really recommend you get one. Number one, if you are interested, again, and I will be happy to help you out, it's something that I'm happy to talk about, happy to discuss with you. You can write me an email just requesting, even if you want info, even if you're not sure if you want to get one or not, but maybe you want some info, I'll be happy to kind of give you the best model, the best type that can suit your needs, and I'll point you in the right direction. If you're curious about listening recommendations for shortwave, I'll help you out there too, but just reach out to me. Just write an inquiry to me at VORWinfo@gmail.com. Again, that's VORWinfo@gmail.com. It's fun for me, it's something for me to do, and hopefully it'll help you out too, so it's really a win-win. And if you'd prefer not to do that, I would always recommend the TechSun, that's TECSUN PL-380 receiver, or the TechSun, again TECSUN PL-310ET receiver. You can find these radios and more at amazon.com/shop/the report of the week. That's amazon.com/shop/the report of the week. I just say this specifically in regards to the massive power outages that were caused not only by Tropical Storm Isaias, which, was certainly powerful, but by no means a strong hurricane. But that tore up the East Coast and had left millions and millions and millions of people without power. No power means no internet. If the situation's bad, it means no cell service, no cell signal, no data, no television, just radio. It'll be a lifesaver, I'll tell you that. Sometimes literally, sometimes it'll just save you from the ungodly boredom that ensues. But it's always a good way to stay in touch. Then a few days after that, you had the derecho storm, that one was terrifying. That swept across Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, and also left hundreds of thousands, if not millions, without power. And even, I guess, a week and a half or so after the fact, there's still 88,000 people in the state of Iowa that still have no power right this minute. And then finally, you have in the state of California, remember last year we talked about those planned power outages? Well, they're again happening. You have about 250,000 in California without power to try to minimize the risk of wildfires. But again, I'm just saying the electricity grid is fragile. It can be disabled very quickly by severe weather, or it could be turned off just as easily. So I recommend having an alternative. I always do. And I just think it's a good thing to have. And I'll be happy to help you out. So if you have any questions or concerns about radio, just write an email to me, VORWINFO@gmail.com. Like I said, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you're swamping the address with anything, because I already said it's fun for me to do. It gives me something to do. It's fun. So by all means, happy to help. All right, with that, I always say that I do this from time to time in each show, and I just wanted to give a quick update, speaking about shortwave radio, about the state of things in the world of shortwave, just how things are doing, if there's any updates, because again, there are lots of stations and lots of things to hear from all over the world, and things do change from time to time, so I just wanted to give a couple updates on how things are in that world of radio. Number one, the new director of the Voice of America, Michael Pack. He is a controversial figure, especially in today's politicized, highly partisan environment. Anyone who's on the metaphorical other side is viewed a lot by a lot of people as not a good person. I always try to just observe, regardless of who they're appointed by, or what their political ideology is. I just try to see what kind of a job they do, and make go from there. I'm not gonna make a decision about this person just because they're this or that. I'm just gonna see what their actions reflect. A lot of people have had this impression about the Voice of America, which that's a U.S. government official broadcaster, that now that Trump appointed someone of his own selection as a director, that all of a sudden the Voice of America would become, I don't know, they think like it's somehow now at InfoWars level, and no, not at all. I really don't have much bad to say about how this guy is doing as director of the Voice of America. I think he's doing fine. Every director that comes into this position always shuffles things around. That's one thing. They always shuffle things around, and they always go with a viewpoint that is supportive of the administration. That is the job of the Voice of America, to support the U.S. government. So some people say this is like propaganda. Of course it is. This is run by the U.S. government. Of course they're going to have a favorable view of things. And of course they're going to paint the administration in a favorable light. That is their literal job. That's, I think, something that some people don't understand. That's the whole point of what they do. The VOA under George W. Bush painted his administration favorably. The VOA under Obama painted his administration favorably. So, of course, what are they going to do under Trump? They're going to do the same thing. I remember there were similar complaints about the VOA under Obama, from people who didn't like Obama. They said, well, I don't like how the Voice of America is sitting there saying all these good things about him and what he does and this, that, and the other thing. Well, now, of course, you have, a kind of the same exact thing. But some people are very upset about, the fact that this guy was appointed by Trump, but this is just the way the VOA works. I mean, it's just how the system is. And like I said, if he does a bad job, I'll call him out on it, absolutely. It's really too early to tell, though some of the things that he's done recently, I really don't have a problem with. As a matter of fact, I have some scathing criticisms for the Obama-appointed director of the Voice of America. But again, it doesn't matter who the person is that appoints the individual or kind of what their political affiliation is. It's just, are they going to do a good job or not, right? That's all that it comes down to. So anyway, we've got that. The one thing, at least, that was good to see is that this guy, he actually, and I was surprised by this, because, I don't know, when it comes down to these international broadcasters, you get a situation where the person in charge is, just does not understand radio, and doesn't see it as necessary, and just does not get it. And then they discontinue services and broadcasts that are still listened to by millions of people, but they don't realize, the scope of their actions. But I was very surprised that this guy even knows what shortwave radio is. He was saying, especially with broadcasting to China, he said he's very enthusiastic about shortwave broadcasting. He said that could even include, in terms of the VOA broadcasts to China, that could even include shortwave transmission, a technology that, while has been in steep decline because of usage of the internet, he says we still have shortwave infrastructure that the United States has invested in. We have the infrastructure, we have the towers, and we have the knowledge base. Shortwave can be a powerful tool. With shortwave radio, you can broadcast at long distances without the host country supporting you, so shortwave has some real advantages, he added. I think it would be a mistake to give it up. On the other hand, young people especially are past shortwave, so it varies, but I'm certainly going to look into that. So, I was surprised at least to see him kind of speak more enthusiastically about it and kind of say, well, I know that not everyone listens to it, but it could still be a valuable resource in terms of broadcasting to certain areas. So that was good to see. Radio Free Europe, also an entity that is run in conjunction with the Voice of America. It's funded by the U.S. government. Radio Free Europe has made a little bit of a return. Not that they ever really left, but they haven't been on the radio since 2016, when they were cut. And, of course, this has to do with the situation in Belarus, which I think we'll discuss a little bit later. But due to the situation in Belarus, which, obviously it makes sense. It's just another case for why these services are still necessary. Obviously with the elections and the election meddling and with the regime trying to hold on, of course you have a lot of turmoil over there. And, the internet, it goes away for a little bit, then it comes back, then certain sites are blocked, then, it's a mess. All the media is pretty much censored, and a lot of people aren't happy with the situation over there. Just to give a little bit of a brief background for those of you who aren't familiar, and again, I'll talk about this later because I think I got an email about it, but you have the dictator of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, and he has been the president of Belarus since 1994. So he's been in office for a very long time, and Belarus is pretty much considered, some people call it Europe's last dictatorship. He controls the country. He makes sure that he stays in power, and I think a lot of people they've been sick of him. He's been in power long enough, they want someone different. So, a few weeks ago, or I'd say about a week or two ago, they held an election, and you know how it is. You know how a lot of these elections are in these regimes. They'll give you the illusion that you're free to vote, that you can go and you can vote for who you want. But it doesn't matter. The person who is in charge is going to win by a landslide, no matter what. That's exactly what happened. You had some opposition candidates, but sure enough, Alexander Lukashenko wins by a landslide. He gets 80% of the popular vote. And the country is in an uproar, because obviously those weren't the real numbers, those weren't the real results. You had millions of people that went out into the streets to protest this. You had people from the polling places who actually went ahead and published some of the real numbers, showing that the opposition candidates actually had probably 3 times more votes than he did, and that they were the ones who very likely won the election. But he rigged it, of course, in his favor and won by an overwhelming majority. And then they blocked the internet, he shut all that down, shut down all media, deployed the military into the streets. Now, the protests have been largely peaceful. They've been, you'll get some tear gas fired occasionally, but it's not like you have people on either side shooting at each other with, AK-47s or anything. It is not a situation like what we're seeing, or what we saw in parts of Ukraine back in 2014. Especially I kind of think back to the protests in Kiev, but also, of course, in eastern Ukraine, what happened with Donetsk and Luhansk. Very, very full-blown civil war. But you are not seeing that over in Belarus. So things, at least in that way, are largely peaceful, but you have lots of individuals there still protesting, still going on strike, and just to show that, no, we don't support this regime anymore. So, we'll see what happens. I don't think, to tell you the truth, I don't think that this is going to lead to change. I think that there will be a day where he won't be in power anymore, but I don't think this is going to be it. I think he's going to hold on. Because, he's got the military on his side. So what does he have to worry about? They're not rising up against him. They still support him, so he's got the support of the military, he's got the support of Russia. So in the end, he's kind of like, well, I think people can throw their tantrums, but what does it matter? I'm not going anywhere. So, well, it would be nice to see, kind of a change in government over there. I just don't think it's going to happen. That's just my viewpoint. I know that's pessimistic. I know some people would have wanted me to say that I think this is going to be a defining moment where he's going to be overthrown and so on, but I just don't see that happening at this current time. Now, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Things can have lots of surprises, but that's just my viewpoint right now. With the protests and everything, Radio Free Europe has made a little bit of a comeback, and they restarted broadcasts over the AM. They have a transmitter over in Lithuania, 1386, on the medium wave. And they're just broadcasting that across the border into Belarus for, I think, 3 or 4 hours every day, with news and information for listeners over there. So, Radio Free Europe, in a sense, is back, and broadcasts directly to Belarus over the radio have resumed, which, again, isn't a surprise. Otherwise, there is a little bit of an update on Radio Belarus, because you have, like we were just talking about, the stations broadcasting in, such as Radio Free Europe, but does Belarus have its own radio service? They do, but it is not all that much. Radio Belarus used to have a more definitive presence, especially on shortwave, where they had, I guess, some transmitters. I think it was in Minsk. I think it was either in the city or right on the outskirts. But they had a couple 100 kilowatt, 200 kilowatt transmitters that at the very least could get a good signal to listeners in Europe. But they went off the air through these big transmitters, I guess back in 2016. And that was a station I was very disappointed to see leave, because they were interesting. It was fun to see what their perspective was on the current events, and I still enjoyed listening to their English service and kind of understanding the culture of Belarus, listening to some music, and it was just a lot of fun. So I remember I sent them an email right before they went off the air, just kind of, saying I understand why, but it's a shame. I'll miss you guys, and I enjoyed listening. But yeah, they were a good station either way. Granted, state run, but their programming it wasn't, overt propaganda. It was interesting, I guess what I'm trying to say. But Radio Belarus, despite discontinuing shortwave broadcasts from the country directly, they just moved online. So they're still going, it's just they don't have a radio presence, really. But they are relayed via a transmitter in Germany, but it's just, you could barely hear them. It's 1 kilowatt on 3985 kilohertz, and the coverage area is very, very small. Maybe, parts of Germany can still hear them on the shortwave, but they're relayed by a third-party service, so by no means do they have the coverage that they used to. But someone was able to pick them up the other day and was saying that apparently parts of Radio Belarus are on strike, and they have already produced shows all the way up until August 29th, so they're just relaying these old recordings for the entire month while they're just striking in protest, I guess. So even despite being, I guess, part of the state in Belarus, they still aren't even happy with Lukashenko, and they're even protesting. And they claim that by August 29th, if, let's say, some of the demands are not met, if the president of Belarus doesn't step down, then they will kind of do broadcasts exposing the truth and how the situation, really is in Belarus. So they're kind of saying, look, if you don't do this, we'll expose it, but I don't think they'll care. I think they'll just throw them all in prison if they do that. And, we'll see. I don't know, but that was certainly interesting. Radio Belarus, they're still going, but I just don't think they have the reach that they used to. But I remember they were still a good station. They were very friendly. And I remember after I wrote to them in 2016, they actually responded to me, and they mailed me this huge package of all different little things from Belarus. I remember they sent, they responded with a letter. They sent various pictures of sites in Belarus. They sent little souvenirs. I think they sent a little pennant or something, maybe a flag. They sent me this whole booklet of all these different cards, showing and describing different historical landmarks across the country. And I still have that, but it was a very, very nice thing. They never had to do that, but it was very nice of them to kind of send such a nice little package about the culture of Belarus. It was very nice of them. But I wish all of them the best. I know it's a very risky thing to do right now, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. One final note, in terms of the world of shortwave over here in the United States, to tell you the truth, some people were thrilled to hear this. I am not. I'm actually disappointed, and so much so I was actually pretty bummed out almost the whole day I heard this news. It was very disappointing to me, because I just don't see this amounting to anything good. So over here in the United States, there are, I think, like 16 or 17 different shortwave stations that are privately run, and most of them sell airtime. So that's how I'm able to do my show. I purchase radio airtime from a few stations, in the US. So for instance, so how this works is you have a radio station that has their transmitter, their antenna, they're all licensed, they're all official, they're all good to go, they're doing everything by the book. And now they say, okay, we have this transmitter, it's broadcasting, let's say to North America with 100 kilowatts, and we are going to sell airtime by the hour. So you can say whatever you want. If you want to do a political program, a religious program, you want to play music, if you want to babble incoherently, you can do that too. But we will sell airtime, let's say at a rate of, let's just say $200 an hour. And if you're willing to pay for it, send us your program, we will air it. And that's what I do. So I do my shows, and it's relayed via these stations because I pay for the airtime. It's not like I have my own transmitter or antenna. I am buying an hour of airtime from WRMI in Florida and WWCR in Nashville, Tennessee. But as a result, that's why you get such an eclectic mix of programming here in the United States. That's why, for instance, on stations like WWCR, you have lots of conspiracy shows. You have Alex Jones, the Power Hour. You have these patriot broadcasters, militia shows. You have the Zeph Report. You have the Overcomer Ministry. All these different types of, political, fringe, conspiracy, religious programs that buy airtime from WWCR. Now, I do too, even though I don't necessarily fit that profile. They will still sell airtime to other shows too. They have a country music show, they have my show, they have one that plays very old records, and, so they have other things too. It's not just exactly that one format. But they sell airtime to that. You have WTWW, also in Tennessee. They mostly play oldies music, classic rock, sometimes some older stuff from the 50s, but sometimes they even play 80s music too. So they do that. There's station WWRB, also in Tennessee, and, they sell their airtime mostly to just religious clients. You have WRNO in New Orleans. They mostly sell airtime to just mainstream, mega churches. You have WRMI here in Florida. They have airtime, to religious ministries. They also sell it on occasion to, again, to some fringe political, conspiracy program like Hal Turner. Also sell airtime to international broadcasters from foreign governments, like Radio Argentina, Radio Slovakia, Radio Prague, Radio France, Radio Ukraine, etc. And they're able to use WRMI as essentially a relay station to broadcast their programs to North and South America, and so on and so forth. All these stations in the US mostly sell their airtime to whoever wants it. Now, one such station is WBCQ. They are located in Maine, in the United States. They were the first shortwave station I was ever on. So, it was, it still holds a place in my heart, so to speak. They were the first station I was ever on, because their airtime is very inexpensive, and while their coverage area isn't the best, it's a good starting place, at least. But, just don't expect to go on it and be able to be heard by people all across the world. You might only get heard by a number of people in a small part of the country. But again, it's a place to start. And I remember I bought airtime on them back in 2015. So I just recall that. But anyway, WBCQ has been, they call themselves, they really are the epitome of a free speech station. They will broadcast literally anything. As long as you pay for the airtime, they don't care. They'll broadcast anything. And by anything, I mean, they mean it. So you can have some fun programs on them. Granted, they used to have a lot more, music shows and just interesting programs. Unfortunately, over the last few years, the number of those shows has kind of declined a little bit, but there's still some good stuff. And they haven't really been able to turn much of a profit. I remember they always had some financial constraints. Their transmitters would always be older. They never had new stuff. They would always use old transmitters from like the 50s or 40s even, and just refurbish them, because they had a good crew who was very technically skilled. It's just, they couldn't afford the newer equipment. And I remember once one of their old transmitters had a fire or something and it was damaged, and they tried to raise money on a GoFundMe. They couldn't even come up with $20,000 or anything to replace it, so they were, really requiring, listener donations to even function. Now, you might say, well, why do you need to explain this? Well, this is why. As we know, as is, WBCQ was not a very, not a rich station. But again, they had a good spirit, and they just really enjoyed what they did. So they were able to keep things going. Now, that all changed in, I think it was 2019, when a third-party client contacted them and pretty much said, we would like to commission your staff to build us a radio station, and it would be licensed as part of WBCQ, but really we would own it. So they were saying, we want to use your services to build a transmitter and antenna for our organization. On the books, it'll be part of you guys, but really, we'll be the ones that'll own it and run it. So they commissioned them for their services. Now, this was big news because this wasn't just any station, but WBCQ was given the task of building a massive, state-of-the-art 500 kilowatt transmitter, which I think this is the strongest transmitter in all of North America. And they have this gigantic antenna. I mean, the thing is like, you wouldn't believe how big this setup is. And this is all brand new. And this was an operation that was financed probably in the tens of millions of dollars. I mean, we're talking big money and a big operation. So you might be wondering, what is this third-party organization that obviously has very deep pockets that, got this crew and this station that was normally, pretty broke to build this huge facility for them? This was a flat earth religious ministry, of all things. Now, how the heck did a flat earth group get so much money? I have no idea. There were some rumors going around that, based on some of the paperwork, the person in charge is some sort of, Egyptian, oil tycoon or whatever you want to call it. And he has lots of money there, and that he's based in the Middle East. And I don't know how true that is, but I really don't know how this flat earth group got so much money. Either way, it's a real disappointment because, it's like, so they have this brand new transmitter, this huge high power station whose signal can reach any part of the world, clearly, and it's being used for flat earth BS? That's what it's used for? I mean, what a disappointment. For this crap. And I'm not afraid to call it that. It is. It's just garbage programming. It's unbelievably idiotic and generic, and it's not interesting, and it's just silly. It's just silly. It's not even like the entertaining kind of flat earth. It's just... So it's a shame, and one of the provisions, even though WBCQ, on paper owns this giant transmitter and antenna setup, one of the provisions of the job is that they are not allowed to use it for any of their own programming. So meaning, if I bought an hour of airtime from WBCQ, and I asked, would it be possible to relay this broadcast of mine on the big 500 kilowatt transmitter they would not be allowed to. They would literally say, no, we can't do that. This is completely dedicated to the Flat Earth Ministry, 24/7, 365 days a year. So instead you'll have to go on one of our lower power, older transmitters, no exceptions. Although, when they were testing the transmitter initially, they were allowed to put some of their programs on it, and they did relay my broadcast a couple times on the 500 kilowatt transmitter, and it was an experience, and certainly I could say firsthand that that setup can reach anywhere in the world effortlessly. But it's just a shame that such a setup is being used for what it is. So either way, we know that there is this third-party group, World's Last Chance, Flat Earth Ministry, that's financing their endeavors. So here's where I'm upset. I'm not even upset about that. This all happened back in 2019. But this year, out of the blue, I read that this one religious station down in South Carolina, World Harvest Radio International, WHRI, out of the blue, I heard nothing about this until it was done, is bought by WBCQ. So they literally bought another station, so now they own 2 stations. And this station that they just bought out of the blue, this shortwave station in South Carolina, has 6 250 kilowatt transmitters, so it is a huge setup. Mind you, again, WBCQ, they used to just, 2 years ago, have 4, 50 kilowatt old, decrepit transmitters from the 1940s or so that still did a good job, but now they own this huge 500 kilowatt transmitter, and now they own 6 250 kilowatt ones as well. I mean, they have a huge reach at this point. But what I'm disappointed by is who really bought this site, don't you? We explained their financial situation, and we explained where all the money came from. We explained the fact that they had difficulty raising even $20,000. So, where did the millions of dollars come from to buy this second station? It didn't come from their pocket. Of course, it very likely came from the Flat Earth Ministry. And as a result, given how they've previously operated, some people were celebrating this decision, saying, oh, they bought this religious station and now they're going to be able to use it to relay their, their own programming, and it'll be some fun entertainment, variety programming, secular stuff. It's going to be great. No, I guarantee all 6 of those transmitters are going to be used by the Flat Earth group. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't see that any other way. If, they're not going to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do you a favor and buy you this so you can air your stuff. No. Of course not. The check was obviously signed by the Flat Earthers, and it was used to probably expand their reach a bit more. I'd say it's a bit overkill, but what do they care? So, why am I disappointed? Well, number one, I don't like the fact that more of this garbage is going to be kind of propagated around the world. Number two, the programming on World Harvest Radio, I didn't really listen to all that much, but they always got it out with a good signal, and admittedly, some of the Christian music that they would play was actually pretty good. It had a really good alternative sound to it, and it was actually pretty decent. And I'll miss being able to listen to that. Sometimes there's just something to have on in the background when nothing else was on, but it was pretty solid, I have to say. And that will be missed. But third, and this is what really made me upset, I really couldn't care less. If the Flat Earthers decide to use it and broadcast more, sure, it'll be disappointing, but I could just tune past it. And I would incentivize others to do the same. But here's what really disappoints me, is that 3 major international broadcasters the Voice of Vietnam, NHK World, Japan, and KBS World Radio from South Korea all had an agreement with World Harvest Radio to use their transmitters in South Carolina to broadcast their programs. So these programs of the Voice of Vietnam, NHK, and KBS, for listeners in Central South America and North America. This was their way of being able to get these broadcasts clearly to listeners in these parts of the world. And now that this facility has changed hands, one of the provisions of the sale was to cancel their contracts. So now these broadcasts that weren't religious, that were credible, high-quality news, and probably listened to still by hundreds of thousands of people down there, are no more. They're probably not going to be around anymore. At least being able to broadcast with the signals that they used to. And I think that's the most detrimental thing. All the listeners down there who enjoyed tuning in, either for news, perspective, information, what have you, probably won't be able to tune in to NHK, KBS, or the Voice of Vietnam anymore. They're not going to be able to pick them up. Because now their contracts were canceled after the station changes hands. And like I said, considering the Flat Earthers didn't allow anyone on their transmitter up in Maine, I don't see it being any different, so why would they renegotiate a contract with them? Now maybe I'm being pessimistic, maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but that's what disappoints me. The fact that you have more Flat Earth programming, and you're losing 3 broadcasts that probably were a valuable source of news and information for many listeners in Central South America. And that disappoints me the most because they're just going to be shut down with no notice, no warning. And then, there might be a day where people will tune in expecting to hear that, and instead they're going to hear Flat Earth propaganda. How ridiculous is that? So that's why I'm disappointed. Now, I certainly hope that even if these 3 broadcasters are kicked off their station, and maybe they aren't given an option to renegotiate, I would hope maybe they will approach some other stations that still sell airtime. Maybe they'll be able to contact WRMI here in Florida and be able to get their programs on them and still relay the broadcasts to North and South America through the transmitters at WRMI, the same ones I use. That'd be fantastic. Or they can try to contact the Voice of America up in North Carolina and try and work a deal with them, because I know Vatican Radio was able to use the Voice of America's transmitter to relay Vatican Radio in Spanish and Portuguese, so maybe they can do the same thing with them. But, who knows? Who knows? I just don't have much faith at all in this situation, and it's disappointing to see that 3 broadcasters that, were some of the last ones to still seriously target listeners in Central and South America are probably going to be gone very soon and replaced by very low-quality stuff. So that's why I'm not enthusiastic about this change, and I don't have much faith or hope in it, but, we'll see. It's just a really disappointing turn of events. So in the meantime, early evenings, get them while they're still good, you could tune in to 7315 kilohertz in North America, and tune into the Voice of Vietnam. Enjoy it while it's there. Once they go away, at least in North America, you are not really going to be able to pick up the signal direct from Vietnam, at least anywhere near as clearly as this one is, so enjoy it while it's there. Might not be for much longer. That's where it stands. We'll see. But as a result, it just kind of had me down because, not just because the stuff that I listen to is probably going to be gone, but Also the fact that, what about all the listeners down there in Central South America? I mean, if I wanted to, at least I have the ability. If I really want to listen online or something, I still can. But what about someone in a remote village in the Amazon? And, they can't go online and listen to that. This is all they got. What then? But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You're listening to VORW, Radio International. Coming up next is going to be the Mailbag program, a portion of the broadcast which is listener feedback. It is very interactive. The way this show works, really, is I take a look at listener emails. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything you would like to hear me talk about, discuss, if there's a question you would like for me to answer, or if there is something that you would like to share on the broadcast. Did you read something interesting? Did you watch something interesting? Did you find something of note in the news? What do you want to share? This is a platform where you can either reach out to me and hear my viewpoint on something, or you can express your viewpoint on anything also. It is an open book. There is no set topic, nothing you have to talk about. You can write anything you want. And the only way it works is if more people write in. So I know that a lot of people do listen. Don't feel bad about swamping the email or anything, but feel free to correspond with the broadcast if there's anything you would like to discuss. If you want, as you'll hear, just listen to some of the emails that come in to kind of give you a little bit of a perspective. Maybe if you're just not sure what you would want to write, you can look at that and then go from there. So, it's all up to you. But if you would like to reach out to the broadcast, it is encouraged and appreciated to VORWINFO@gmail.com. That's VORWINFO@gmail.com. Once again, that's VORWINFO@gmail.com. If you are feeling a bit creative, a bit artistically inclined, you can also submit a piece of fan art. And there's a good chance that I will feature it in the next broadcast. As you can see, especially for those of you on YouTube, I will feature it there for the world to see, and I will credit you appropriately. I could credit you by name. I could mention any social media. If, there's, let's say, an Instagram or a Twitter where you post your work, I could certainly link that. If you have a website, I can link that as well. And really, you put the time into making this, I will certainly credit you accordingly. If you'd like to submit a piece of fan art, you can do so to VORWINFO@gmail.com. You can send the piece either as an attachment to the email, or you can link it, put it on a third-party image hosting site, and you can send me the link to it, and I'll do all the legwork from there. I'll download it, and I'll get it all set up on my end, but also just let me know how you would like to be credited. So again, that can be sent to VORWINFO@gmail.com, and without further ado, let's get into some of our listener letters. Alright, so for this part of the broadcast, I'm going to be carrying around the professional microphone, really just because that's what I want to do. And it's not going to be the smoothest thing in the world, but it's just what I want to do, because I realize a lot of the fun in it all is being able to walk around while I talk. And of course, with the sophisticated setup and with the nice arm and with the filter and all of that stuff, I have to stay in place. I can't really go anywhere. I can't move anywhere. And also because this microphone is highly directional, that's a little tricky also. But I said, no, it's worth it. So I got rid of the, oh boy, here comes the dreaded word, the pop filter. I always, with this microphone, it always spikes if I ever kind of say that the wrong way. The pop filter. And got rid of the arm, so I'm kind of just carrying this around as is. But it's just, when I walk around with it, it's a lot of fun. So that's what we're going to do for the mailbag show today, and we're going to see how it works out. So, all those glorious introductions aside, it's not going to be the smoothest. There's going to be volume fluctuations, whatever, but no need to raise undue attention to any of that stuff. We have a couple emails to get to today. We don't have a ton. We don't have an extraordinary amount, but by all means, we'll get to whatever we can get to. So, let's just select a few. How about we start it off with... Well, let's mark off these 10 emails. And how about we start it off with a pretty interesting email coming in from Robert. He writes, "Hello, Reviewbrah. My name is Robert. I'm 19 and from Washington State. I was listening to your most recent podcast where you brought up the topic of the universe and UFOs, and I felt it would be fun to give you a hypothetical scenario to ponder. The hypothetical goes like this. You wake up one morning and look at the news and find an article that discovers that many stars are dying much sooner than we had expected. It is also revealed that our sun is actually far older than we had realized as well, and is about to go supernova very soon, perhaps within a few days or weeks at most. The next day you check the news again and find out that multiple official scientific organizations have discovered that our universe is actually far older than we had initially realized, and the death of the universe is very imminent, within 2 months at most, which explains why all the stars are dying. What do you do and how do you react to this new information? Personally, I'd be absolutely crushed. One of my biggest hopes for humanity is that we'll reach out into the stars and discover new horizons that were previously thought to be pure science fiction. With the discovery of heat death being imminent, I would just basically, give up. Not only would everyone I know and love, as well as all my achievements, be erased and forgotten, but life as we know it will be destroyed, and all our history, dreams, and discoveries will be nothing, and nobody will remember any of it. Continuing, eventually, though, I think I would just come to accept it. Death is a natural part of life. Everything eventually has an ending, even the universe itself. I'm certainly not too keen on dying, but the idea of living forever just sounds even worse to me. That's the funny thing about death, you can't really do anything about it. The most you can do is accept it and be grateful that you stopped and smelled the roses along the way. Who knows, maybe the universe is cyclical, and the death and rebirth of the universe has happened countless times. The universe is so vast and incomprehensible, and I so desperately hope that we as a species will one day reach beyond our own planet and expand our understanding as a species, more so than we already have. Sometimes I feel we get caught up on politics and us versus them, that we forget at the end of the day we're all human and we should all strive for a bigger, brighter future. We can't stay on the earth forever, no matter how hard some people try and argue that exploring space is a waste of time. However, I do fear that with how we've been treating the planet and each other, we might not even get to that point. So that's the hypothetical. Thank you, Robert, over there in Washington State. Now, it's an interesting one that you bring up. Now, I think at least as far as we understand, the process of heat death of the universe, in full would take a very, very long time. But even with the stars all going supernova and eventually those resources, in the simplest terms, running out, it still would take an extraordinarily long time, far beyond any natural lifespan of any human being. But going with the hypothetical, because when it comes down to hypothetical scenarios, the way I always like to approach them is not to try to argue, what if this, what if that. You just look at, the standards set forth in the hypothetical, and you just work with it that way. So, here's what we've got. I received this information that the universe is pretty much, at least as far as I'm concerned, going to be over, and with that, life. It will be an inevitability, and it will likely be within, I think you said, at least maybe several days, weeks, months, but obviously in the very near future. Well, here's the best thing I can say in terms of an answer. How would I react to it? I would be disappointed, of course, but at the same time, I don't really think I would be crushed at all. And I don't think I would... I mean, of course I would be upset, but like you said, you raise a good point, and this is my ideology toward things. Death is an inevitability. I am not invincible, and I have no intention of even wanting to stick around forever. That's why, despite it not necessarily being a popular answer, in the question, if I were offered immortality, and let's just assume it were just me that were offered it and no one else, you better believe I would refuse it. I would say no. I do not want to be immortal. I would rather just die and call it a day. So, it is what it is. And that is completely excluding any discussion as to any sort of possibility of any sort of afterlife, reincarnation, etc., etc., whatever viewpoint one has, because that just delves largely into religious issues, and then when you do that, that leads to lots of fighting and clashes, and I'm just here to answer the hypothetical. So, again, I would be perturbed by it, of course, and I would be disappointed, and I would be upset, but in the end, what can I do about it also? This is something that there's no control over. And, at least on a personal level, it would really be no different than, let's say getting diagnosed with a terminal illness and being told you only have a few months left to live. Right? That's, if anything, look, it might even be, I hate to use these terms, it might be better than that, because at least in this case, I'll still have largely, good health up until the end, be able to enjoy those last days, but then you think, if an exact date as to, let's say a supernova or whatever it is to happen, then would it really be worth sticking around on Earth for those last days? And hear me out as to why. Because if it is discovered that humanity is only, let's say, months away from complete and total obliteration, do you think social order is going to exist anymore? I mean, really, do you think that it will be? Sometimes I think, movies and books and whatever about, let's say, these hypotheticals of the last days of humanity almost make it out that if humanity is going to be destroyed, and we're all aware of that, then it's going to be like this one big party at the end. No, absolutely not. I think the very, very worst of a lot of people is going to come out. Because why not? We're all going to be gone anyway. So what's the point? Why bother with the repercussions toward actions? Why bother to uphold any rules or laws or any of that? All of the worst hedonistic desires in some people are going to come out. And the amount of... number one, let's just talk about crime in general. The amount of rape, the amount of murder that's going to happen in those last days is going to be unimaginable. And then the world is going to get to a point where you're probably going to sit there and you're going to say, just let it end already. Let it end. It's so hellish as it is. It's... we might even end up doing ourselves in as a species. Sooner than that. You might have various nations that are just going to, say, well, before we're all gone, let's launch these nukes at our enemy here, and you're going to have war that's going to break out, you're going to have collapse, and it's not going to be any sort of final party, I don't think. At least, as far as my understanding of humanity goes, we're not going to be sitting there holding hands, with some guy, in a fedora playing a ukulele by the fire or something, and that'll be that. No, it's by no means do I think that would be the case. It's not to say that everyone is going to transform into a monster, but I think enough people will that it's just going to bring the rest of the world down with them. So that's why there's going to be no control. But then at the same time, like you said, concerned about, the future of humanity, granted, that's a completely acceptable one, but I would almost look at it from a viewpoint, if this is how humanity spends its final days, were we really made to advance as a species? Were we really? What if in the end it was just a sign, we didn't have what it takes. Food for thought, anyway. But, in the end, just generally speaking, in terms of one's mortality and etc., I was thinking about this earlier today, as a matter of fact. For all I know, I could die this year. I don't know. What do I know? I don't. So, you just don't know what's going to happen. You just have to, the phrase live every day like it is your last is applicable. One thing, I really don't like using that phrase, because again, look at what we just talked about. When we said that. Don't be a hedonistic degenerate. Well, I might die tomorrow, might die today, so why not? Not a fan of that attitude. Really, I think the better way to say it is make the most out of life. Now, interpret that as you will. Make of life what you will. But in the end, I think even in very small ways, even in a day that is largely uneventful, there's still meaningful things we can get out of it. Sometimes it takes looking up from our devices, taking a little break from this very connected world of ours, and seeing what there is to see. In other instances, it might actually be delving deeper into that connected world, getting something out of it, through what you may consume online. It all depends, but I think there are meaningful things, big and small, that one can get, through day-to-day life, even through the mundane. And I think that's a way you could truly live. Living life, and I emphasize the word living, not just by existing, but when people say, live a little, you really want to live your life. I think people, when people say it that way, they largely emphasize, doing some sort of big, expensive vacation, and swimming with the sharks, and, going bungee jumping, or, doing something really stupid like going up on top of, climbing up to some skyscraper without any sort of harness, and all these high adrenaline activities. And yeah, I know that's appealing for some, not appealing to me. And I think some people, sure, that's what they like, that is living for them. But it is by no means, I think general across the board. It's like, I do not feel the need to jump out of an airplane without a parachute on, and then have some other skydiver who has a parachute, come out and catch me after I've been in free fall for like 2 minutes, and, call that living. I haven't lived unless I've done that. No. Some people like doing that, but no, not at all. I think just sometimes you get this attitude where it's like people, they look at what they enjoy doing in life, and maybe what gives them pleasure, what gives them satisfaction, what gives them, a sense of, completing something. But then they equate that to that's how other people should feel as well. And see, that's where I disagree. It's like you have your interests, I have mine. I don't expect everyone to conform to what I like. Sure. Do I wish people dressed better? Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit there and rail on someone because I don't have a suit on. Not at all. People still have the freedom, and they should exercise that freedom to wear what they wear. Same thing with shortwave radio. Do I wish more people listened to it, for instance? Sure. But am I going to sit there and rail at everyone for, not owning a radio? No. Of course, I recommend people own one, but you don't have to. You can say, I'm never going to own one for as long as I live. Well, that's fine by me. You do you. I'm not going to sit there and say, well, do you have a shortwave broadcast? No, that's absurd. That's ridiculous. So, anyway, a little bit of a tangent on my end, right there. But I think when it comes down to life, when it comes down to death, number one, we really don't know what comes next. Life is a very fragile thing, and it all can change in the blink of an eye. I know last year when, I hate referencing this so much, but it is a talking point, when I had my close call, that day was just a normal day. It was a normal day. I didn't wake up thinking I might be coming, very close to death today, or what have you. No, not at all. It was just another day. And, 10 minutes before it even happened, my plan was to just, go up into that attic, do what I needed to do, then go back down, and then get ready to, kind of relax, listen to some music, go to sleep. I didn't think that 10 minutes later, I would be there on the floor, hearing sirens in the distance, getting ready to be hauled to the emergency room, and, then being told that there's a possibility of severe brain injuries, and you need these scans, and you need this and that. No idea that was coming up. Of course, let's just again get hypothetical. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes right now. Chances are, by the odds, I'm not doing anything risky. So more likely than not, I'm going to be here pacing around the room with the microphone answering more emails. But you really don't know. For all I know, some vehicle can be speeding out of control down the road and smash through this wall where I am, and, I'll be back in the hospital. Highly, highly unlikely, but you can't predict it. Who knows? So, very interesting discussion, Robert, to start off this broadcast. And it was a pleasure to hear from you. So now we'll switch back to sitting. And I'm sorry if there's a shakiness to this, but again, I just know what contributes, at least on my point of view, to discussion, is being able to kind of walk around, being able to pace around, and really, I don't know, it's just when I talk and walk, I don't know, it just helps. Alright, next email comes in from Craig in Ohio. It says, just want to start off by saying how much I enjoy the show. I always enjoy the content, and I find your voice a very calming presence. I always feel my stress level drop when I listen to the show. This has been a question that's been on my mind for a while, especially with the state of the U.S. the past few years. Do you think that we'll ever see another great president? We used to build monuments and have buildings named after great leaders. So many people hold to Republican or Democrat no matter how good the candidate. It's like since they choose a side, they have to stick with it no matter what. For me, I'm just looking for the best candidate. I don't care about political parties. So do you think there will ever be another JFK type, for lack of a better example? A candidate that's good enough to kick down the door of political parties? I think people are so stubborn now that if a great candidate comes along, people will find something wrong with them if they're not a part of their political party. I think the day of building monuments to presidents is over. Sorry for the long email, but I'm curious on your opinion on this topic. Craig in Ohio. Well, thanks, Craig, for writing in. Good to hear from you, and I appreciate your kind words. Well, great leaders. Yeah, I hate to say it this way, but it depends on who you ask. I know for a fact that there are plenty of people out there who, I mean, let's just use this as an example, since it is relevant to the discussion. There are plenty of people out there who will look at Trump, and they will say, Trump is the best president we've had, let's say, in the last 100 years, maybe the best president we've ever had. And then, of course, you're going to have people out there who will disagree with that. You have people out there who will look at Obama and say he was one of the best presidents we've ever had. This doesn't speak for everyone. As a matter of fact, the number of people who maybe feel those sentiments might be a small percentage, but certainly does exist. Now, you might say, well, why exactly are you bringing that up? Because when it comes down to what makes a good president, is there really one set of specific standards that makes a president great? Or does it simply come down to what the individual prefers? And things change with time as well. What kind of amuses me, to tell you the truth, when you look at the presidency of, let's say, George W. Bush, back in the early and mid-2000s, he was popular, of course, with some, and very, very unpopular by others. Extremely unpopular. Lots of people made fun of him. Lots of people really hated him at the time. But now, a lot of people have kind of warmed back up to George W. Bush. Now, maybe not necessarily his presidency and what he did, but a lot of people, regardless of political affiliation, kind of look at him, and I see this over and over. They have a lot of good things to say about him. That attitude you certainly wouldn't have seen, at least by as many people, let's say back in 2006. But of course things are different now, and you have really the social media that's around, you have different attitudes, different people, different, it's a different place right now. But like I was saying, when it comes down to great leaders, it depends. It depends on who you ask that question. People will say, we have a great leader right now. What are you talking about? Other people will despondently say, no, we're never going to have another great president. Some people are going to say, we will have a great leader when Joe Biden gets elected. Some people will disagree with that. So it all depends on who you ask that question and what their political affiliation is. That's at least how I see it. I really don't think anymore that there is any sort of, to be defined as a good president, you have to be this, and this. It really comes down, can you appeal to the most people? And then if they like you, then maybe one day you'll get statues built out of you. Doesn't mean you really have to be a good person or do a good job, but as long as you're able to convince the public you're doing just that, and then maybe you'll get lucky and you'll get a statue built out of you. And then, maybe if society changes its mind, 50 years later, 100 years later, 200 years later, that statue of you is going to get ripped down. Or, at the time, everyone might hate your guts. They might despise you. They might think you're a terrible leader, and you're the worst ever. And then, 200 years later, people will look back and erect statues in your memory. You really don't know. But I just don't think it meets any one specific criteria. anymore. As a result, I can't truly answer that because I think that there are some people out there that meet the qualifications that you've expressed. And that's just a matter of personal opinion. I don't expect the rest of the world to feel one way or another about politicians. Alright, next email comes in from Connor over there in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach, is that in California? Sorry, I'm a little sidetracked right now. Let's look that up. I'm just curious, because I know there's... I'm pretty sure. I know there's a Huntington in Long Island. But... I'm just curious. Yeah, it's California. That's what I thought. Alright, well, hello to Connor out there in California. Says, Dear John, Report of the Week, Lecturer, Reviewbrah, Supreme Leader. You don't need to go that far, but thank you, Connor. Finally, after about 2 years of listening, I decided to write into your show. Like many, I think my introduction of your channel was born out of a bit of irony. A young man in suits reviewing fast food. I was convinced it was some fun inside joke, something to gain more views. However, it soon became clear that wasn't the case. I've come to appreciate the individuality of your reviews, even though I don't eat or drink anything you review. However, the real joy for me came when I discovered the VORW show. At this point now, I have almost gone through and watched all of them from start to finish twice now. I'm an engineer by trade, and the relaxing nature of the shows is perfect for these long days with tight deadlines approaching. I suppose I'll leave you with a question. One of the interesting things about your shows from 2014 to present has been watching your personal growth. I hope you don't take it the wrong way, but in the beginning it seemed you had more of a cynical take on the world, which I admit made for some entertaining rants, but now you've developed into one of the most upbeat and positive pages on YouTube. What made the change? Maturity? Being able to support yourself doing what you love? I think it may be interesting to discuss. I know this has become quite long now, so I will leave you at that. Keep up the great work. Well, thanks, Connor. I appreciate your email as well as your dedication as a listener. So thanks for corresponding with the broadcast. Well, let me just take a sip of water here. I'm running low, so you might have the displeasure of me trying to get the last little morsel. And we had enough. Had enough. I don't think I have another sip left, but enough to keep me going through this. So, alright, here's what we have. You're absolutely right in terms of the, I guess, expressed cynicism in terms of these programs. Back in 2014, 2015, 2016, largely I really was cynical. Now, that's not to say that I'm not anymore. I think one misconception is that all of a sudden now, I'm completely smile and rainbows, and the world is a fantastic place, and, this, that, and the other thing. I just realize now that balance is an important thing, and that there is a place for positivity, but my general outlook on humanity still isn't good, to tell you the truth. My outlook on the state of things this year has really taken a downward swing. And, largely, one reason I think why I don't comment as much, let's say, with such overt negativity and cynicism is that, number one, we get enough of it day to day. Number two, the situation has devolved so far. It's like, what does it matter sitting here ranting? It'll lead to some entertainment, but it's not going to accomplish anything else, ever. By no means. So I kind of just, at this point, I think instead of yelling about it and getting all worked up, I just throw in the towel and let nature take its course. And whatever happens, happens. Just don't let it consume you. realize that, metaphorically speaking, we are in the dark of night right now, but there's still light here and there. Don't just, forget about that. There's still some good mixed in. But one thing, that has changed, I think, is maturity. I think a greater understanding of, how things are, but coming to terms with it, coming to peace with it, and saying, look, there's a lot of things about the world, about society, about humanity, that I really don't like. But in the end, it's not giving up. Some people are going to take that as, oh, you're a coward, you're weak, you gave up. Well, then, if you want to say that, I don't care. What exactly are you doing about it, then? Go ahead and answer that. Sitting there typing that I'm weak? How is that contributing to anything? One factor that I think has, again, played a role is, yes, maturity. I don't know why I was going to say maturity. And again, just understanding that there are certain things in this world that ranting isn't going to fix, that ranting isn't going to change. And I think it's also it's silly, like I said, to sit there and rant about something and then expect people to change and conform to that viewpoint. If anything, that's a bit narcissistic, to think that somehow your word is actually that important, and also that your word is correct, that people should really drop everything and suddenly give you the credibility to do that. One other thing that personally has changed in the last few years is, again, I think in my own personal viewpoint, more of an emphasis on freedom. That's something that I really do support. One's individuality, one's free will, and I figure as long as you are, really conducting yourself with a certain level of dignity, as long as you obey the law, I am a law and order person, we have to remember that. And most importantly, as I say, as long as you're not harming or hurting other people, then do what you want with your life. I really don't care one way or another. Just be a decent human being while you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. And that's fine by me. So I think as a result, especially that change has led to a lot less, I don't know if angst is the right word for it, a lot less upset, because now instead of, I wish, for instance, to go on a rant about how people dressed, wishing that more people, let's say guys, wore suits, and that more people, tucked their shirt in and did this and that, and getting all angry about it. I wish the world was this and that and the other thing. Well, I'm still here, and I can still wear what I want to wear, right? The reason why I wear suits and appear the way that I do is because that's what I personally want to wear. And I have the freedom to do so. It's not hurting anyone, it's not harming anyone, and it's what makes me happy. So as a result, what if this person over here likes just wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and that's what he really wants to wear? Is that hurting anyone? No. Is that harming anyone? No. Then is there anything wrong with it? No. Then why get all riled up about it? Well, then there's no reason to. That's the truth. And that's one change personally that has happened with me. Yeah, of course, I wish more people wore suits. One thing I really wish would come back one day. Who knows, maybe it will. Wing collars. That's a type of formal attire that I miss. And I say that like I've actually been around to ever actually see that. To tell you the truth, I have never seen another person in my entire life, just on the street, wearing a wing collar with a necktie. Never. But gosh, that look is phenomenal. Do I wish more people wore that? Yeah. But would it be the end of the world if no one ever does? No, not at all. But yeah, wing collar, that's always, why not? A little bit of a tangent. That's a type of look, you can look it up. That's where, you know how with men's dress shirt collars, the collar is just turned down the entire way. A wing collar is where the collar is actually up. So you can actually see the tie wrapped around your neck, and the collar, it's almost like it's popped upwards, but then in the very front, the 2 points are folded over. And that's why they call it wing, like it's 2 little wings right there in the front, and that goes over the tie knot. So you have the 2 points that are kind of folded down or to the side in the front, and then the rest of the collar is upwards. And nowadays a wing collar is worn with tuxedos. It's worn with a bow tie only. And that's just what people expect. At a wedding, at a formal party, at some awards ceremony, you'll have people with their black tuxedos and the black bow tie usually, and they'll have the wing collar there. And then the 2 tips kind of go, some people wear it where the tips go over the bow tie, but most of the time it goes behind it. And that's what you see. But there was a time, many, many, many years ago, where wing collars were worn with a necktie. And I've always liked that look. I don't know, to me it looks 10 times better with a necktie than a bow tie, but that's just my personal antiquated style. And again, in my opinion, if you're going to wear a wing collar with a necktie, it always has to be with a vest. That's my kind of rule there. Never wear it as just a shirt and tie. Then it doesn't look right. But if you're going to wear a wing collar with a tie, always wear it with a vest, and very likely wear it with a jacket as well. I usually go with a 3-piece suit. And I would say the wing collars, those were worn like with neckties, largely, popularly at least from the 1870s to maybe the 1920s. And then it started falling out of favor then. But you still had some people, even after the 1920s, you still had, usually older individuals or more formal people who still wore the old school wing collars with the neckties into the 30s, into the 1940s, and even had a few holdouts that even wore such an antiquated style in the 1950s, 1960s, and beyond. But by then, people would be really old. But, one notable example, if anyone ever wants to care to look them up, I was researching physics and just a few of the famous physicists out there, especially those who had won the Nobel Prize, and there's one in particular, Louis de Broglie, who, it's a very odd comment, but he wore the wing collars with the neckties at least up until the 1970s. That's just what he wore his entire life, and, he probably just wore it that way because that's just the way he liked it. And that's all there was to it. But obviously by the 1970s, there were very, very few people that still dressed that way, and now today there's very few. I'll certainly wear that style when I do, and usually if I wear a 3-piece suit, more often than not it'll be with a wing collar, or other detachable collars, but like I said, I have never seen another person, as far as I can remember, ever wearing one like that in public. Now, if you look, let's say, on a social media site, on Instagram or something, you will see people who do wear the collar like that. But I would say it's all people who personally enjoy that style from the past. And I think there's some that wear it sincerely, there's others who kind of just do it almost as cosplay, and they're just putting on a costume, and they're just wearing it to take the picture, and then they take it off again. But obviously there's still some people who do. I mean, there might be people alive right now who used to wear it back in the 1930s or so. They're very, very old, though. Definitely need to be over 100 years old at this point, or more, maybe pushing 105, to have even been able to do that. Because you would at least have to be, I'd say, in your late teens or 20s, by the late 1920s, early 30s. And already right there, there aren't many people left alive who have ever, who can say that. And even then, those styles could be going out the door, but I bet there's still a few. I bet there are. What an odd discussion. How the heck did we even get there? From talking about how the show has changed since 2014. What an odd tangent, but I guess that's what we do here. We just talk. But, yeah, that's what it comes down to, really. It's just, wear what you want to wear. That's all. And I'm not going to be upset one way or another. But, again, one thing that's really changed is, not just focusing on the negativity, but focusing on the positivity as well. And that's one thing that's really changed. You realize the whole world isn't a total loss. There are lots of bad people out there. Lots and lots of bad people in society, in humanity. An overwhelming amount. A very concerning amount. And I don't focus on that because nothing's going to change it. A lot of said people are, usually psychopathic in nature, and they will never change. So, again, sitting here and getting worked up is wasting time. And there's better things I can do. I would rather talk about wing collars than, yell about that, because it won't accomplish anything. Hey, if anything, maybe having talked about wing collars, maybe people will just research that. Hey, why not? Maybe people will look up Louis de Broglie, and if you're interested in physics, and maybe you kind of forgot about him or whatever, then read about that. Maybe someone learned a couple of things from that. I don't know. But to me, that's much more productive than yelling and screeching and, that's what that comes down to. Of course, one thing that really has influenced my view on the world, of course, is the exposure through YouTube. Because the amount of people that I've come in contact with, now personally, but of course also online, and yes, that is a valid means of contact nowadays. That's how many of us primarily communicate. But the amount of people who I have come in contact with, not only through the YouTube channel, but through the podcast and through the international radio broadcasts, is more than I could ever count. Easily the amount of comments and emails that I've gone through, numbers in the hundreds of thousands, maybe the millions. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you realize how hateful so many people are. But at the same time, you realize that there are some wonderful people out there as well. And you can't just hone in on one or the other. You can't only look at the bad and think this is how every last person is. You also can't look only at the good and think, everyone likes me, everyone is it, and everyone only has this. That doesn't work either. That's not realistic. So you need a balance. And that's what I try to do. A lot of people are nasty. A lot of people are mean. They're angry for one reason or another. But there are good people out there as well. And you can't let just the negative prevail. So that's what it comes down to. Thank you for writing in. For anyone out there listening in, by the way, you're tuned in to VORW International. Feedback is welcome at VORWinfo@gmail.com. Alright, I realize that I haven't covered all that much ground. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but let's get to some more correspondence. Next one up comes in from a described devoted listener who goes by the name The Artificial Fish, writing, Hi there, I've been a long-time fan of your YouTube videos, and I just have to ask, what have you thought of visiting fast food chains in the Asia region? I feel as if to tell you, the fast food here and in the West is definitely different, and it would be cool to see how you enjoy the culture change. Anyway, it's just a suggestion. I want to tell you to never stop doing what you're doing with the podcast and the food review show. Yours sincerely, the Artificial Fish. Well, thank you for corresponding with the broadcast. Good to hear from you. And it's certainly an interesting suggestion. Now, granted, unfortunately, due to the COVID, due to the travel restrictions, I mean, really, even if I wanted to travel internationally, I don't think I can. Even if I really wanted to, I don't think I'm allowed into a lot of countries at this point in time due to, again, the travel restrictions and the coronavirus situation. Now, once things get better, once things get under control, and once the risk is perhaps more minimized, I suppose would be the best word, and traveling is feasible once again, certainly going into the Asia, even Asia-Pacific region, it would be fun. It would be fun, and certainly, I mean, East Asia is a part of the world that is of great interest to me. Maybe there will be a day where I will stop over there, and, really, it wouldn't be for the purpose, of course, making any sorts of videos. It would really be to just experience it and see the world. But who's to say? So thank you for your suggestion, and it's great to hear from you. Next we have an email coming in from Nicole in Virginia, writing, "Hello, John. I was inspired to write in by your recent discussion on hurricanes. I live in Virginia, and I've never experienced a hurricane firsthand. Although when I was about 10, we had a furious thunderstorm in my area that caused lightning to hit a large oak tree in my front yard. I was sitting at the dining room table when the tree fell through our living room. Nobody was hurt in my house, but it's a memory that I'll never forget. Started watching storms more seriously after that. I want to know if you've had any stories dealing with storms that have impacted your life, or what the worst storm you've ever experienced was like. Thank you, from Nicole." All right, thank you, Nicole, over there in Virginia. I know that with the state of Virginia, it really, I would imagine, depends on whereabouts in the state you are located. Right, because I know that there have been at least some hurricane impacts on the east coast of Virginia, like Virginia Beach, that whole area. I know even the storm of the century, I really shouldn't make fun of that. It was a serious storm, Isaias, which did. I'm amazed at how many people's power it took out. I know that hit parts of Virginia. And I know other hurricanes have gone up the coast as well. Then, of course, non-hurricane related, but pretty darn close, you had the derecho that we talked about both of those earlier, but the derecho that went across really Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, impacting other areas as well, but that's the most severe impact. And I think even though I've really been dragging my feet, really because of the whole microphone situation, and I apologize once again, despite having dragged my feet so much for this program, it's still amazing how many people are still without power after weeks. Over in Iowa, it's insane. It's like a Category 2, even Category 3 hurricane on land. It was... derechos are no joke. I've never experienced one, but they seem so powerful. I have a certain respect for storms like that, just given the intensity of them, but certainly a very, very scary thing that needs to be taken seriously. So, there were a few memorable storms. Of course, now snowstorms, they can be severe, they can be very intimidating, but largely, even blizzards, they have a certain I suppose you'd say, a certain degree of serenity to them. And truth be told, the environment upon which a snowstorm creates, especially during and immediately succeeding it, is, I don't know, it's so placid, so calm, and so beautiful. So clean and so just pristinely undisturbed. It's truly a sight to behold. And even though the cold does bother me, and it does get to me, it really was fantastic to be able to be, at least up in New York during December, and be able to see a few small little snowstorms, and it is a fantastic atmosphere. Now, to drive in, that's a different story, and that is dangerous. But when it comes down to severe weather, now ice storms are different. Those can cause a lot of damage. But obviously when we think of severe weather, I think we think of strong thunderstorms, even, of course, like we were just talking about, derecho-type events, or hurricanes. Now, there were a few memorable ones. I remember one, I think the first storm that really, made me really nervous was back in maybe 2009 or 2008, one or the other. Now, granted, before then, of course, I'd been through plenty of storms, but this was the first one that really, I don't know, hit close to home in a sense. Where I remember it was a really windy day, and then there were some thunderstorms that, I suppose it must have been a front moving through, and as these storms were coming through, the wind just got stronger and stronger. And it was night, so I couldn't see anything, but all of a sudden, after one particularly strong gust of wind, which sounded like it was practically blowing the house away, I hear, I'll never forget it, this loud creaking sound. Not quite like opening an old wooden door, but like the sound of wood creaking. And it got louder and louder, and it was just coming, from the dark. And it got louder, and all of a sudden this earth-shattering bang. And everything shook and rumbled, and sure enough, a very large, I imagine it was an oak tree, was blown down by the storm. Thankfully, it didn't hit the house or anything, but it landed very close to it. Landed very, very close to it. As a matter of fact, had the trajectory of it been a little different, it easily would have fallen right into the house and probably would have damaged it, just like, in your case. Probably would have gone right through the roof, and I mean, who's to say? But I remember that. And it was scary, because again, it went to show how how unpredictable these things can be. So that was probably one of the most unsettling. And it was a very close call. I remember that storm. Then, of course, you had some of the hurricane impacts, which, I don't know, hurricanes don't necessarily bother me as much. Because at least it's a long-duration event, but at least you have advance notice of it, and you can prepare for it, and you can psych yourself up mentally. And those aren't as bad to me. But I remember Hurricane Irene in 2011, which is no big deal. I remember the wind from that wasn't all that much of an issue. There was a lot of rain, but wind wasn't an issue. It wasn't flooding or anything. It was fine. Hurricane Sandy in 2012 was not much of a rain event. At least for me. But the wind was very strong. No trees or anything came down, lots and lots of branches, but that was certainly an intimidating storm. Then in it was 2016, there was Hurricane Matthew, and that one, again, wasn't too big of an issue. And then, of course, 2017, Hurricane Irma, which, again, now that one was a full-blown hurricane impact. I think the amount of rain that came down in a single day was close to, I think, like 2.5 feet of rain. Could you imagine that much precipitation just coming down in the span of a few hours? That was insane. And, the amount of rain that number one came down for that was unbelievable. And the wind did get pretty strong. That was definitely sustained hurricane force wind. But again, I was hunkered down completely for that. I felt safe. I felt, prepared. And I'm glad I had the radio with me because, again, I remember there, everything was knocked down. So AM radio was what I pretty much just used to get information for a while. The one good thing that was kind of the silver lining, despite the power being out for everyone, it was some of the best shortwave listening I was able to do in a long time. Because think of it this way, one thing that detracts from shortwave reception is interference from electronics. Well, there was zero interference from anywhere, with all the power being out. So, it was great. You were able to hear so many stations, and it was unbelievable. I remember being able to listen just indoors to, I remember Radio Sultanate of Oman, from the government of Oman, and I was able to listen to their English program. It wasn't even targeting the US, it was targeting the Middle East. But it came in crystal clear, because there's nothing to interfere with it, so the signal was able to make it all the way over there, and I was able to kind of get a better understanding of what was going on in the Middle East, with no internet to keep up to date on the situations there. I was able to hear all these low-power stations from Central and South America, and it was just a lot of fun. But, that was a serious storm. And then Isaias, there was that uncertainty, but it missed Florida last minute, and there was no impact. I mean, zero. There was a little breeze, but it was sunny. It was very pleasant, and it was a good weather day, honestly. So, yeah, that was fine. But weather is always a fascinating subject, so thank you for your question. All right, let's go over to our next email. Next up, we have a piece of feedback coming in from Brooke, who writes, I've been listening to your podcast and watching the food reviews for a couple years now. I like your style with the older, boxier suits, and I think they fit your personality well, and I was wondering if you would ever match your suits with watches. I think watches go well with suits and would complement your outfits. Do you have any watches or do you have any interest in them? Thanks for all you do. Keep up the good work, from Brooke. Thank you, Brooke, for writing in. When it comes down to watches, usually I'm very old school. As a matter of fact, I don't really go for wristwatches, but if I were to wear one, I would wear a pocket watch. Because that's just what's, that's just what's interest of me. I always like the way the pocket watches look, too, especially if I wear a vest. You always put the pocket watch in the vest pocket, and then you take the watch chain, you kind of feed it through the vest, and I just like the way that it looks. It's just very formal. I haven't worn my pocket watch in a while. I have a couple, but they need a new battery, and I haven't gotten around to getting that in, so they're kind of... I know the wind-up ones are better, but, it is what it is. But at some point when the battery gets replaced, I'll certainly break those out into service again, but normally with watches... Now, wristwatches don't bother me either, but I don't know, I prefer the pocket watches compared to that. Of course, you could always look at your phone or something to get the time, but it's still fun, I think, just to use it. I don't know, it's just enjoyable. Thank you for your question. Have an email coming in from Ariel, who writes, checking in from Burbank, California. She tuned in on the radio as well, listened in to WNQM, has a little bit of interference, and was just saying that she had noticed a little bit of interference on WNQM's broadcast, but WRMI's signal doesn't get any interference, and she was just wondering if it's just anything different there. Well, number one, thank you for your question. Every broadcast has, different signal qualities, and it's something that I will bring up with them. I've seen that before, where a few listeners here and there have just reported, a little bit of interference with WNQM or WWCR, but they say that the signal from WRMI is clear. But I'll certainly ask, because I do correspond regularly with the manager of WWCR, and he also manages WNQM AM. I'll certainly, next time I talk to him, I'll ask that, and I'll bring that up, and I'll see what he has to say. But as long as the interference, even if it was there, but as long as, I guess, it just wasn't too annoying is the best way for it. I'm sorry about that. Again, I'll get that checked out. You wanted to know if there was someone talking in the room next to me. No, it was just, I guess it was just another station or something, another audio feed, maybe on the same channel, same frequency. But again, I'll certainly bring up your concern with the manager next time I talk to him. And you also mentioned, sorry about all the power outages caused by Isaias. He said, I hope everyone has plenty of batteries fully charged, and when in doubt, if you're in a really tough rut, I understand Dorito chips are oily enough to serve as a fire kindling. You can order some Doritos Locos Tacos and use them in a fireplace if you have no proper wood. Thank you, Ariel, for writing in, and thank you for bringing up any interference concerns as well. Again, I'll get that checked out. And, the Doritos. Yeah, you can just shovel those into a fireplace, and it'll just keep it going for hours and hours. And as a matter of fact, if you put a little bit of a shoelace into one of the open ends of a Doritos Locos Taco, you can light that thing up, and it'll be a good candle for probably 12 to 15 hours. So, they're multi-purpose. They are multifaceted tools. Bear that in mind. We have a question from Anonymous. Says, just on and off again viewer. Big fan. Few short questions. What happened to doing live streams? Will you ever do those again? That's all I have for now. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your question. Here's the thing with live streams. They can be fun. They can be enjoyable, but they are very stressful. I really don't understand how some people are able to do live streams the way that they do. I really don't know how people manage to do them so often. I know this isn't normal, but after I would do the live streams, I would feel, in a way, now there's different levels of exertion. Obviously not in the same way that, you had, let's say, run a marathon or anything, but just, I don't know, tired. That, I feel I feel terrible. I remember there was one time after I did a live stream, I felt like I had somehow overdone it so much, I felt like I was going to throw up. It was an odd experience. But normally after I would do a live stream, I would feel like the life has just been sucked out of me. And I just shut everything off and just lay down, not to go to sleep, but there's nothing else I can do. I don't know why I feel that way. I just always I think this is what it is, probably. Before I do a live stream, I still get stage fright. Some people say, no, that's impossible. How can you do that? You've done, 1,000 videos, and you have, close to 2 million subscribers, and how can you have that? That's impossible. No, it's just how it is. I wish I had a better answer for you, but unfortunately, that's just all that I can offer, I suppose. It just, the anxiety, I guess, gets the best of me, and then, you get so worked up over it, and you just get, I don't know, really nervous, and like I've said, I wish I had a better answer for you, but that's just what comes to mind. Will I do them again? There's a chance that I certainly will, but the time has to be right. And I don't know. There have been times where I've thought about doing a live stream, but then I'll literally end up talking myself out of it because I just don't really want to do it. So, I don't know. They can be a lot of fun, but I guess it's just maybe the feeling after doing it has just been so discouraging to me that that's why I don't. But once again, that is by no means a definitive no. I guess it's just that's the reason why I don't do them as often. But I guarantee there will be a day when I will do them again. The other thing is that sometimes it gets too crazy where there's so many people asking so many questions at the same time that even if I put the chat to someone could only send in a message even once every 90 seconds or even 120 seconds, there's still so much, and it's just I can only do so much. I can't do everything. And as a result, I miss a lot of things, and then people get angry at me for missing things. I feel really bad about it, and I don't know. We'll see. I can't give any guarantees about what I will or won't do, but that's just the reason why there haven't been any for a while. Kind of compounding on that, since we were talking about endurance, we have Simon in Minnesota writing in. Says, I just tuned into your wonderful podcast recently. It was fantastic. I just wanted to ask, how do you do it? If I were you, I would not be able to talk for 3 hours. You're truly one of a kind. Well, thank you, Simon, for your kind words. Now, number one, I'm not going to sit there and gloat and say, oh, yeah, I do it, I'm the best, that and the other thing. But as a matter of fact, to tell you the truth, a lot of the broadcasts are segmented, meaning I'm not necessarily there for 3 hours straight in one sitting. There have been times where I will talk for 2 hours, 2.5 hours at once, usually with the mailbag shows, but largely I will take breaks. Sometimes I will even, stop for a few days, and then record again. So that's why you take breaks. But even in the instances where, let's say even I sit here and I read the emails for 2 hours straight, just in one sitting, it's still different than doing the live streams, I suppose, because I know that it's not, that level of anxiety isn't there, that level of pressure isn't there. It's a controlled environment. I'm just here reading some emails. And I also feel like you guys as an audience understand the pace of the show. So I don't feel I think there's a big difference between video and audio. I think a lot of the time with audio, be that podcast or radio, you can be a bit slower paced. You can kind of take your time to talk a little bit. You don't have to overly rush one thing to the next. You don't need to sit there and gesticulate like a madman or whatever, come across as overly exuberant. You don't have to have all these different expressions. You can kind of just sit and talk and put all your effort onto what you're going to say. When you're doing something on video, you still have to do that, but you have to be a lot faster paced. And you have to show emotion whilst doing so as well. And I think that's another thing that kind of, can take it out of you compared to doing live streams. You have to be very expressive and very exuberant for the entire time. And if you don't, people tune out. So it's different. I don't want to say it's like you're performing, but in a way you are. Whereas here, you kind of just, it's more laid back. I can sit, I can stop, I can, the other thing is that because this isn't a live show, if I just need to, kind of catch myself for a minute, I could theoretically sit down right now. Not that I'm going to, but, theoretically, I could sit down right now. I could drink some water, I can go snack, can listen to some music for a bit, recharge my batteries and then just get right on, edit out any sort of silence or dead air, and no one would ever tell the difference. You cannot do that on a live... I mean, you can do that on a live stream and just kind of post an announcement saying you're taking a break, but then again, people will tune out. So there's just differences. But being able to do this is a lot of fun, either way. So thank you for your question. Now let's have a seat, once again, take a look at what else is coming in. Let's mark off a few more emails here to read. See, we're getting through some emails. It's kind of funny how it is. Certain subjects I can talk about for like 45 minutes, and then others it'll just be more rapid fire, one to the next, to the next, to the next. Here we go. Okay. Number one, I apologize if I get your name wrong. I never like doing that. I always feel bad when I do, but I just want to say in advance, if I get it wrong, I apologize. We have Amariz in Tucson, Arizona, says, from your most recent podcast, you mentioned about sleep issues and not being able to fall asleep. Now, I don't have insomnia, but whenever I have trouble falling asleep, a good ASMR video from YouTube does a lot of the heavy lifting when trying to get a good night's rest. Although ASMR is not for everyone, you should try it out to see if you respond to it. Some of my personal ASMR favorites are guided whispers, crinkling of paper, and rain sounds. Do take care and keep up the good work from Amariz. Thank you for corresponding and writing in, and thank you for your suggestion. I've tried ASMR in the past, and unfortunately, I've never had a response to it ever in my life, sadly. I wish I could say otherwise. And I've tried a lot of it. I've tried different voices, I've tried tapping, I've tried crinkling, I've tried different sounds, etc. But there's never been a response. It's just, there's no effect. It's just me kind of sitting there, and that's it. There's just no response. So I wish I could say otherwise and say that, yeah, this works, this is relaxing, but no, sadly I've never had an ASMR response to anything ever before. That's it, it would be fun if I ever did, but I guess what can you do? It's just, I don't know, it's not for everyone. I know certain people respond to it in certain ways, and I just don't know if it's not for me or, how that is, but sadly it just has not been a success. So I have tried ASMR, but it just doesn't work. But just because it doesn't work for me, I don't sit there and have an attitude that it doesn't work for anyone. It's just, it might not be for me, but I know that there's lots of people that, do get a profound effect from it, be that what it is, be that voices or sounds or even maybe a certain type of music, I don't know. I know that it's a real thing, and I know that it helps a lot of people. Sadly, it just does not have that impact on me, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But thank you for your question and suggestion. Next we have, let's see, an email from Coldine, who says, I submitted an idea on your podcast a while back, and the last time we spoke was around the hurricane of last year, I believe. To interject, I think that was Dorian, right? That was Hurricane Dorian. Continuing, I hope you're doing well amidst the COVID-19 dilemma. I actually feel pretty sick myself, and I'm quarantining as we speak. Not that I believe I have it, just making sure I'm safe. While in quarantine, I have thought of an awesome idea for your channel. You should review Uber Eats themselves or other fast food delivery apps and just see how they compare. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting one. Now, needless to say, I mean, not even from a review perspective, but that is something, I've used a lot of them. I've used gosh, I've used so many delivery services over this last year. Because, again, we were talking about silver lining earlier. One silver lining from the COVID pandemic is that now pretty much any sort of restaurant or eatery that wants to stay open now does delivery. So I've tried so many of them, and it's just interesting to see how they are. The one feature that I like about a lot of these delivery services was when they send the food out for delivery, sometimes you're actually physically able to see on a map where the delivery driver is, and it kind of gives you an approximation of how close they are, so then I know kind of when to get ready for them to drop the food off and be able to pick it up, and it's just good. I really, really like that feature. Otherwise, it was always kind of by surprise, and they say that it'll be there, within 30, 40 minutes, but you never really know. So I know that's a new feature, but I am a big fan of, any delivery service that ever does that kind of shows you where the delivery is, in an approximation to your residence. Because one time that I wish that feature existed, I remember, I think I've told this story before, but the time in 2018, when I ordered the Domino's pizza and the delivery driver went and, got high when he was supposed to be out delivering my pizza. That had to be the case. Not that it was really any hard drugs, he was just smoking some weed probably, but still, I just don't think that's something that anyone should be doing on the job at the very least. But I remember, I'll tell it, why not? It was late 2018, and I was hungry for some Domino's pizza. I didn't want to go out. And granted, because this was all before COVID, a lot of places delivered, but Domino's was always one of the most reliable ones. At least the one near me always had a larger kind of service area. They delivered to more places, and they usually were pretty efficient, and they had good food too. I always liked the way this local Domino's did their stuff, and I would, it was a good deal too. I could always get a little bit of a feast, and just pretty efficient, fast service, good food as well. And I remember I think they had some sort of coupon where I can get a few sides and a pizza for like a really good price. So I remember getting, I'm pretty sure it was a deep dish, or no, it's not a deep dish, you don't have that anymore, it's their pan pizza. There we go, I always get the names confused sometimes. It was their pan pizza with pepperoni. I think I even got it with extra pepperoni. And then I got their stuffed bacon and jalapeno cheesy bread, and then I got the boneless chicken also. Granted, I could not eat all that at once, but, have a little bit of everything, then save it, then have some more later, and it's like an entire day's worth of food in one meal, and it was good. So, I got that, and I remember it was like, I think it was like 1:15 p.m. I know it was early afternoon. And, it was a cold day. It was a cold December day. I remember it's very cloudy, but there was no precipitation. I mean, maybe like a snow shower. But again, there was no accumulation, and it was not a bad weather day. It was cold, but it was nice and gray, overcast, and, very perfectly navigable, a day that it is. So I remember, again, it was like after 1 p.m. Again, I will just say 1:15. I don't know the exact time, but, that's what we'll go with. And I placed the order on the Domino's website, as always. They kind of get right into it. They're preparing it. They had the pizza tracker, but it only just tells you when it's out for delivery. But they were on the ball, at least at the restaurant itself. They put it in the oven, they prepared it, then it was out of the oven, and it was all ready to go in about maybe 15 minutes or so, maybe 15-20 minutes. So let's just say 1:35. The food is all set and ready to go. And by, 1:40, it's out for delivery. Now, I didn't pay in advance, so, I had cash. I think I had I don't know, 20, $30. I always wanted to leave a good tip for the driver, and, I had the cash out, and I was just kind of, I was on the computer, but I was at the window, just to see the driver pull up so I can go, go out, meet the driver, get the food, do all that stuff. So, I'm sitting there. I thought they were going to be quick because, again, they were quick at the restaurant. So, okay. 1:35, it's pretty much 1:35, 1:40 is when it's out for delivery. Alright, 1:50, usually it would take them like 10-15 minutes to get here. So, it's 1:50, I'm kind of looking out the window a little bit. 2 o'clock. It's still not an issue, it's still not a big problem. Again, I've had it as late as, 30-40 minutes, it's fine. I know they have other orders to tend to before mine, it's not the end of the world. So at 2 o'clock, I'm looking out the window a little bit, still, just waiting for the driver to get here any minute. But no one's there. Alright, 2:10, still no one. 2:15, still no one. I check the little pizza tracker, and it still says out for delivery. It doesn't say delivered, but just out for delivery. 2:30, still no one, and it's still out for delivery. 2:40, there's no one. 2:50, there's no one. I mean, now I'm starting to get really antsy. And I think at this point nowadays, I would have just called the Domino's and complained, but I just wasn't really in much of a talkative mood that day, and I was just going to wait it out, unless it got really bad. So, now it's almost 3 o'clock, and it has been out for delivery for at least a solid hour. Still nothing. I mean, now you better believe I'm kind of getting, a little worried. Maybe something happened, while they were out. I gave them my phone number to call back, so I was checking my phone every now and then, but there was no message. I mean, maybe the delivery driver got a flat tire or something. No. I don't know. 3:15, there's nothing. 3:30, there's nothing. 3:45, nothing. So it's been 2 hours out for delivery. Then finally, at this point I really was ready to call the Domino's again and just say, what is going on here? I should have called them a lot earlier, but whatever, that was on me. 3:50, I finally see the Domino's driver pull up. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, wow, I can't believe it took this long. I'm glad to get the food. I mean, I don't know what happened. So, again, I walk out there, and one thing that at least in some cases I think, I don't know if this is true or not, it's just something that I notice, on those really cold December days, maybe it's just the dryness in the air, I don't know, but sometimes it feels like, I don't know if any of you guys can relate, but sometimes it feels like the air is, I don't know if it's cleaner, but it's like sharper. And I don't know, you can just like smell, I don't know, it's like everything seems a bit more pure, and you can certainly smell certain things a little better than, let's say, on some high humidity, 80, 90 degree day. I don't know, it's just everything seems more crisp. I don't know if that's true or not, but anyway, I go out and I walk down, I kind of meet the driver halfway, and I almost, right then and there, I almost knew what was going on. Because by his eyes, they were all red and everything. And then by this expression that he has on his face, like, it's mild amusement, but it's not like in the way that someone is like messing around with you. It reminded me of like almost I guess amusedly bewildered expression that you might see on a 5-year-old, where it's like almost a smile but not quite, and the mouth is kind of just agape a bit. I don't know how to describe it, but between that expression and just like the glazed over, almost red eyes, and then I could smell the smoke. I knew that the driver decided to, instead of going and delivering the pizza, he probably pulled over somewhere, went to his apartment, whatever, had a smoke or something, and then came back. But it was like the expression. He didn't recognize me, but it was as if like he'd never seen another human being before in his life. And he was out of it. That's all that I'm trying to say. And I got the pizza, and yeah, it was cold. Everything was cold. So needless to say, that I did kind of fill out the form online, and I had a really scathing review. I didn't want him. I didn't. It was just very unprofessional, but I wasn't out to cost him his job or anything. But very unprofessional, and I never had a bad experience like that afterwards. And I just remember that it was certainly something I won't forget. I'll tell you that. So that was the grand Domino's delivery escapade. But most of the time nowadays, the delivery drivers are fine. No drug usage, at least as far as I can tell. Everyone is pretty much serious. Everyone has the masks on. They always kind of just drop it off, and that's good. I'm not there to sit there and talk. I'm just there to... I want to keep it no contact. Just drop the food off at the door and just head out, I don't care. Just leave it there. I always pay in advance. I always try to give the driver a good tip, and, that's it. Just short, to the point, drop it off, go on your way, and that's what we got. So, there is that. But, yeah, reviews of delivery services. That might be something to do going ahead, into the future there. Might be something. Anyway, let's keep this mailbag going. I don't mean to sound like a broken record here, because I think I talked about this in the last show, and I know it's been a while, so it feels longer for me than it does for you, I imagine. But if you heard that, I don't know if you did, because it's a highly directional microphone, but we have storms moving in. Storms are on the way, and I have a feeling, because I was talking about them last time, and they didn't really impact at all. I was seeing the dark clouds, but there really was not an impact. But I just heard some thunder, and they're definitely coming. I mean, this is definite today. I see the dark clouds, it's overcast, but there's a pretty good consistent, like 20, maybe even 30 mile per hour wind. And I hear the thunder, and I see the weather radar. They're sweeping across from west to east today. So they're going from the Gulf Coast to the Atlantic coast. And they're definitely going to impact. So let's see what we're in for as these midday storms begin to develop and do their thing. Yeah, they'll be hitting any minute. I mean, they're just like 5 miles out or less. I mean, they're coming in fast. Storms are incoming. Not bad. It doesn't look severe or anything, but the strongest stuff is further to the north. It's red on the radar and everything, but nothing we haven't been through before. Pretty much a daily experience. The National Weather Service gives a special weather statement. What do they say? Doppler radar tracking strong thunderstorms along the line, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Right, that makes sense about the wind speed. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Seek safe shelter inside a building or vehicle. Well, we're all good. What I always do during... one thing that I'll do sometimes during these storms, and that's about it, is I will take my radio antenna and I'll bring it back down, so it's not a rod anymore. It's just, I'll fold it back up. And I'll sometimes unplug my laptop But that's about it. So, we'll see. Once it gets closer, I'll do that, and that'll be fine. But in the meantime, I don't know if you'll hear any sorts of thunder or anything, but certainly I'll keep you updated on how it goes. But otherwise, how about we just read some more listener feedback? So let's mark off some more emails here. I'm just finding a few. And let's find another one. Here we go. Alright, next email comes in. Well, it's a good subject since we already discussed this, but since we're talking about storms, how about another storm-related email? This comes from Jillian in Indiana. I know she's a regular listener on the shortwave as well. And she writes, I know you have an interest in weather events, so you have probably heard about the derecho windstorm that spread across the Midwest the other day. I thought it might be interesting to share my experience. Here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds were recorded, even after the storm had weakened compared to the damage it did in Iowa and Illinois. Sadly, in Fort Wayne, a fatality did occur. A grandmother was trapped under debris when her mobile home rolled over, although I didn't know about it until later. At the time, I was only about 5 minutes away from that location. At one point, there was a tornado warning, but what I saw of the derecho was basically a severe thunderstorm with high wind speeds. I remember that in 2012, there was one of these derechos that knocked out power for many days, and I'm thankful that this time around I didn't lose power, but as of this morning I heard on the local news that 10,000 people in northeast Indiana were without power. That includes one of the nearby testing facilities for coronavirus, so the test I had scheduled for this morning was canceled. Regardless, I'm glad to be safe and healthy, and my thoughts go out to those who sustained more severe damage in the storm. So thank you for your storm report, and for writing in. Yeah, those derecho storms, so there's a close lightning strike. Those derecho storms are serious stuff. They most certainly are. And again, I have never experienced one. But my gosh, I mean, it sounds scary, and just what gets me the most about it is the fact that there is so little, I guess, warning about it. Yeah, just little warning at all. It just comes out of nowhere. So that's the most intimidating thing about it all for me. That it's just you really have a day to prepare. And again, some people call it an inland hurricane. And I remember the other day some people in one of the tropical weather boards I follow was making fun of that terminology. But then everyone was saying, no, I mean, that's pretty close to what it is. So, I know you might be inclined to kind of mock that term, but it's some scary stuff. Derechos. No, I would imagine, again, having never experienced one, I would certainly take it seriously. If there was even the potential for one, you better believe I would be on edge, best way to put it. Speaking of, looks like a severe thunderstorm warning just came in. Let's see. For the next 30 minutes. Severe thunderstorm moving east at 20 mile per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. But it looks like I'm going to miss the severe thunderstorm. Like I was saying, that is further to the north. Yeah, I see on the radar where that is. Well, let's just verify. Where did they say the severe thunderstorm was? I always like checking this stuff anyway for the fun of it. Yeah, that's not gonna, I don't have to worry about that one. Looking at the radar, though, the regular storms will be here any minute. So with that, Next email comes in from Jeff in regards to Taco Bell's menu. And he says, I'm sure you've already heard, but just in case you haven't, Taco Bell removed 11 items from their menu, including my beloved beefy nacho loaded griller. I'm pretty bummed. I have a slight gluten food allergy, but I've willingly taken a bullet for the loaded griller on many occasions from Jeff. And thank you, Jeff, for writing in. Yeah, I heard about that, and I was disappointed too, because I like the beefy nacho griller from Taco Bell as well. That has been a favorite of mine. The fact that they're getting rid of it, I mean, I guess it's just not the most popular thing in the world, but you know how these places are. They reshuffle the menu, they, make adjustments, they do this, that, and the other thing, and again, they have their reasons for it, I suppose, but it's happened before where, you get a place that gets rid of an item that I'm a big fan of, and it's disappointing. And yeah, the beefy nacho griller, it was a big favorite of mine from Taco Bell because... Now, alright, here's the thing with Taco Bell. And I know I've said this before and I stand by it. Taco Bell is really a hit or miss based on location. Especially if you go to a good Taco Bell, and it all comes down to the people who make it. Then the food will be good. And, if not, it's terrible. Sometimes it's I hate to even think of their food like this, and they better not be listening. I don't mean this in any sort of derogatory way, but it's just what I really think about sometimes, and I don't mean to. It's weird, but sometimes I think I'll get the soft taco with no cheese, and you know how it's in the tortilla and everything, and sometimes it'll be such a soggy mess. I feel like it's like opening up a baby's diaper, and what a weird expression, but it's just what it kind of looks like. But there are occasions where it is much better, and it really depends. What I try to do is I try to figure out which Taco Bells do a good job and which ones don't. And it's just all hit or miss. The reason why I always liked the beefy nacho griller was because it really didn't have a tendency to be any sort of soggy mess. I liked it. It was a little drier, but it was still good. I liked that. It was very portable. You could easily carry it around, snack, eat it on the go. I don't know. It was very simple, but it was good. And I miss that item. I mean, I really do. I would always get it. I don't really have a big appetite. And it's just really good size for me. And it was just good. It was a good item. So, that is a disappointment that they got rid of it. Next email comes in from... Let's see. We've got Devin over in Union County, Ohio. Good day, sir. Having only been introduced to your podcast and through it to your YouTube channel, I felt the need to write to you immediately. I wish to thank you for your very civilized manner. The current state of the world has encouraged me to curate my reading and video entertainments more carefully, giving my mental attention to more civilized and humane, only to the more civilized and humane, whose number seems to be in rather rapid decline. I have included VORW in my catalog of reasonable persons speaking reasonably on reasonable topics. Not wishing to take up more of your time than necessary, I shall proceed immediately to my query. Do you have some method, safe, confidential, of receiving postal mail from your listeners? Have you, for instance, a post office box or the like? You are something of an anachronism, if you'll forgive my presumptuousness in saying so. This leads me to believe that you do not completely reject the idea of snail mail. I do understand, however, the requirements of anonymity. I'd like to send a small token of my appreciation if you have some way of receiving such. Either way, be assured that I am delighted to have found your recordings, and I look forward to the possibility of hearing you over the radio as the good Lord intended. Blessings on you, good sir. Well, thank you, Devin, over there in Ohio. It's a pleasure to hear from you, and I thank you again for your kind words and very dignified email. So, unfortunately, I do not have a post office box due to privacy concerns. Now, there may be a day where I will have one, but really it is just a concern. If I were much smaller, because now the channel, and I still cannot believe that it has this, 2 million subscribers, I still get concerned about having a P.O. box and what might be sent to me. I mean, what if someone... I don't know, wouldn't it be real easy for someone to... I can't afford any sort of mail screener or anything, and what if someone sends some sort of, poisonous toxin or something in the mail, laces a letter with something, sends in a mail bomb or something, and, they can take me out just like that. So, why, it's a shame that that's even a thought that comes to my mind, but I try to see the good in people, but I can't help but see some of the potential negatives as well. But there may be a day where I will establish a P.O. box if I feel, safe enough, I suppose, in doing so. One of the biggest incentives I would want to do to have a P.O. box is not only to receive postal correspondence from our listening audience online, but also to receive letters from all the shortwave listeners out there who don't have internet, because that's one of the biggest audiences that still tunes into shortwave that I really don't have much of a way of hearing from. Now I don't know how the mail is, for instance, from the United States to Cuba, but I know that there are lots of listeners who tune into my broadcast every week from Cuba, maybe in the tens of thousands. And I just say that from verified on-the-ground reports. I know that a lot of them cannot correspond via email, but maybe postal service would be a little better. I really don't know, though. That might be unlikely, too. But also listeners just in very remote areas, even in the U.S., listeners maybe in developing countries in parts of Central South America, and who knows, there might be a few people in West Africa that might be able to pick up some of the broadcasts to North America and what have you. Maybe some listeners who are, more elderly, that might be in their 80s or so and still don't, use a computer and might correspond that way. So there are certainly audiences out there that really old-fashioned snail mail would still be the way to hear from. So I don't know, at some point maybe I'll go ahead and establish something. We'll see. Oh, there's the rain. Rain is coming down now. I don't think you can hear it, but certainly by no means a torrential downpour, but, some needed rain for all the vegetation to give it its daily drink, right? No hail, though. Again, the more severe stuff is further to the north. But no, otherwise, again, if I do establish one and I choose to promote it, I will certainly do so on all platforms. I will promote it on this online avenue, and of course I would do so over the radio as well. So, thank you for your question, and again, I appreciate your kind words. Next up, we have Anna writing in. Says, "Hey John, I am your loyal Russian listener and viewer. I wonder, what do you think about the political situation in Belarus and all of the riots? Is it anyhow discussed in American news? Take care, from Anna." Well, thank you, Anna. Good to hear from you, and all of our listeners out there in Russia and across Eastern Europe. Always a pleasure to hear from our listeners in that part of the world. Well, the sad thing is that in the mainstream media over here, you really don't hear much about the situation in Belarus at all. It really is not in the news over here one single bit. To prove that point, let's look at the top stories on Google News, and let's see what they are. Alright, the top headline, the 2020 election. Next headline, the 2020 election. The next headline, the U.S. political situation. The next one, something about Trump. The next one, about the riots in Portland. And, the next one, it's about Trump. Wow. I guess the rest of the world doesn't exist, right? I know, it's just, it's not covered over here at all. All they talk about is the election. Now, it's big news, of course. I just wish the rest of the world wasn't so neglected. I think at the very least, the situation in Belarus should be covered. That's why, I am thankful for the leadership of the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe to establish this cross-border transmission on the AM radio, 75 kilowatts being blasted across the border into Belarus. And I'm thankful for, the 4 hours of Radio Free Europe programming going into there right now, that listeners can still stay in touch with the world and get coverage. I'm very thankful for that. But again, my viewpoints on the situation, like I had said, it's one thing if the leader, and here's another thing, and this is a little, it's a little iffy of an opinion, but it's one thing, you have to also look, what are people's thoughts, and by, again, I mean a vast majority, on the leader himself. Is Alexander Lukashenko, is he a beloved leader? It would be one thing if he had brought Belarus to new heights and has truly taken it to the next level, and everyone there is prosperous and free, and it's a civilized country, and people have dignity, and it's, just almost a paradise, you can say. Then it would be one thing. Well, he still might have been in office for a very long time, and hopefully the election process can be, respected, but if people willingly keep, genuinely re-electing him because they really like him and they just want him to still be there, and that's one thing. If he's really loved and everyone just likes him, and, okay, that's one thing. Even then it might be unorthodox, but it depends if the popular support is really that high. It's another if the country is not doing that good, and he is just exercising total control and suppressing people's freedoms and rights, and no one really wants him there anymore, and they try to do an election, and he undermines the results and rigs it, and then uses the military to crack down on people. That's another thing. So, I understand why people over there in Belarus are upset, and why they are protesting. But, I don't know, these are the largest protests against Lukashenko that have, I think, ever happened. But I don't think, and this again is just my feeling that I'm getting, and this could change, but I just don't think this is going to be it for him. I think it's going to be a little turbulent, but he's still going to, I think he's still going to remain in office. That's just, again, the feeling that I get. One news source, if anyone ever wants to follow this, I always recommend is, it's a site called liveuamap.com. The direct link, just type in belarus.liveuamap.com. This is a really good site to follow geopolitical events. Do not use this as your only source, but use it as a means to supplement some of the information you receive. But it's really good. It's an interactive map, and it shows you what's going on. I use this to follow events in Belarus, in Iraq, in the Caucasus region as well, in Syria, in Kashmir, in Libya, Afghanistan, Yemen, And I don't know if I already mentioned Syria, but if I didn't, of course, Syria as well. Sometimes the site is a little biased. It always seems to me that it's always a little more in favor of various protesters as opposed to any sort of established government. So that's why do not take this necessarily as a definitive source, but take it as a means to supplement various information that is received. One issue that I always have with Live UA is especially in regards to their reporting of the situation in Syria, the Syrian civil war, where I just think they're a little too biased in terms of the Syrian rebels. And sometimes the reporting there just comes off as a little, I don't know if dishonest is the right word to it, but they always just paint things in a certain way, and it shows. That's the only thing. It seems a little better for Belarus, but again, I just kind of use it to supplement things, but it's still a good organizational source either way. So we'll see where these protests go, but I think that it'll probably end up being, I don't know, maybe he will step down, but just thinking, he still has the support of Russia, and he still has the support of the military, so what motivation is there really for Alexander Lukashenko to step down? That's what I want to know. It doesn't really seem that way to me, but I am by no means an expert. But thank you again for writing in. We have an email coming in. Oh, this one I put in the wrong folder, but I'll have to switch this one out. It was a shortwave report. This one usually goes out to the stuff for the radio show. But why not? It's Greetings from India reception report. It was sent on August 14th. Dear voice of the report of the week, greetings from India. He tuned in to my broadcast. He tuned in the whole week. He listened, let's see, the 7th, 8th, and 9th of August, all 3 days. To the broadcast, he said, with moderate reception on 5850 kilohertz here in West Bengal, India. So the program quality is very nice, and we always get an interesting information on current events. I enjoy the different music on the program and hearing the listener feedback as well. He sent in the reception report again, so the moderate reception. This was from Shivendu of the Metali Listeners Club over there in West Bengal, India. And it's actually great to hear from him. I'll certainly respond back to him and give him an updated broadcast schedule, and thank you. But I've actually heard from him before. This guy and his Listeners Club, because one thing that you get over in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, that's a thing over there, is you have like listeners clubs where if you get an email from one of these clubs, it's really not just one person writing in, but it's like, a group of 30 or 40 people that all kind of listen around one radio. And then, maybe they'll discuss the program, they'll write in, they'll send their feedback, and sometimes they'll try to get some souvenirs or something. But when you do hear from a listeners club over there, it's one person sending the email, but really there's anywhere from 30 to 40 or even as many as 60 people listening in. And I know over there in India, the Metali Listeners Club, they used to be regular listeners. They would always tune in to the one broadcast I used to do in 2017 to East Asia. They would always write in, they would even request some music, and it was always a pleasure to hear from them. So it's great to know that they're still tuning in. And the fact that they managed to pick up the broadcast on that frequency, which is really beamed to the west coast of North America. So the fact that it was able to reach India is awesome. Sometimes, the shortwave, it gets the signal into unexpected places that aren't even in the target area. But it's good to know that they're tuned in still. It's always great to hear from our listeners out there in India And I've gotten a lot of reports from West Bengal, India over the years, so I suppose the signals just reach that part of the country with decent clarity, at least. He said moderate reception, which is still, it's not perfect, but it's certainly enough to tune into, at least. So always good to hear from listeners over there. And let's stay in Asia, and let's go to an email from a listener in Beijing, China. From Mina in Beijing, and she writes, "Hello, Mr. Brah. This is my first email to you, and actually it is the first fan email I sent to any entertainer I enjoy, so I'm a little nervous writing this. I have been a long-time viewer of your food reviews, even though I don't particularly like fast food, and I've only started listening to the podcast. For some reason I never thought of giving it a shot before. I'm interested in catching your shortwave radio broadcasts, but because of my location, I rely on your podcasts instead. In fact, it was when you talked about potentially broadcasting worldwide on the last show that prompted me to write to you. I'm not familiar with shortwave radio all that much, but it seems like an opportunity to get into it and join the ranks of the Old Man Radio Club here in China. They always walk around with a portable radio attached to their hip and constantly blast old Chinese music. You can find them everywhere, particularly in summer. They aren't hard to find, and just follow the high-pitched vocals of the old Chinese music, and you'll almost always find an old guy with his radio. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they went into hiding for a while, but hopefully they plan on gradually leaving their nests again. Anyway, I understand that airtime is very expensive, but you have kindled my interest in radio nonetheless. In any case, I enjoy your podcast very much for its wide topic range and interesting opinions, even if most of the discussion centers around the United States, which I'm not very familiar with, although I know now that Florida has an interesting climate. I listen primarily for the show's charismatic host. Hopefully this reaches you. Have a wonderful day or night from Mina in Beijing." So it's fantastic to hear from you. I do not hear very often from listeners in China, but it's absolutely fantastic to know that there are people out there tuned in. And it's great to hear from you over there in Beijing. Welcome to the broadcast, and hope I could hear from you more in the future, but absolutely, it would be fantastic to be able to broadcast my show regularly to Asia. The one good thing, at least, of course, it would be at a bit of an odd hour, but some of the special broadcasts that I do, that I promoted earlier in this broadcast, the one which is transmitted from Austria with the 300 kilowatt signal, should reach Asia. I know the last one that I did got a good signal all over Europe, but into Asia as well. And I even got reports from East Asia. I remember there were listeners in Japan that tuned in. There was a report that came in from the Philippines, and a report that came in from Beijing, actually. A listener over there did tune in. Nepal and India, and all over, really. So hopefully, if I am able to continue doing those types of special broadcasts, granted it would not be a daily program or even weekly, but at least there would be a signal of mine that should, at least with reliability, make it over to Asia. But again, if an opportunity is presented to me to be able to broadcast to Asia, and it is financially possible, then I will most certainly take that opportunity. But again, thank you for corresponding. One thing that I did want to mention, and this doesn't always only apply, I should say, to China, but really to relations geopolitically, I think sometimes, especially here in the United States, if relations between the United States and another country are turbulent, this can go really for, let's say, U.S. relations between the United States and Iran, the United States and Russia, the United States and Belarus, the United States and China. Of course, there are many accusations thrown about Here in the United States, you hear very harsh words from some commentators, politically speaking. You hear it on television, on the radio, online, and you hear people over here that say very, very harsh things in regards to, the other country, and they give this impression that not only do people not like, the government, so let's say in terms of U.S.-China relations, people have this attitude that not only, is the government of China bad, but then they act like every other person in the entire country of China is evil as well. And that's a viewpoint that I've never stood by. There may be geopolitical differences, and there may be, various conflicts and issues with how these opposing governments go about things. But I just feel like making a judgment on the populace of an entire country, and based on the actions of its government, is beyond ignorant. And it's just wrong. And it seems terribly close-minded to do. So, what I always do, with listeners from anyone, anywhere is welcome. And I treat everyone as an individual, no matter where you're from. Everyone is a unique individual. So someone can tune in from Iran, someone can tune in from China, someone can tune in from Belarus, someone can tune in from North Korea. And I will welcome all of them very graciously to this program. Everyone is an individual. And just because the country that they reside in may not have perfect relations with the country that I am in, does not make you a bad person. And it perplexes me when I sometimes see this attitude that people somehow think that, things, relations aren't the best between, let's say the US and China, so everyone over in China is this or that. It's absurd. So I welcome all my listeners all around the world, and it's great to hear from you over in Beijing. And it's good to know that, even if it's largely an older demographic, a lot of people still do tune into the radio over there. I imagined that was the case because I can see on the online radio schedules, especially with shortwave, that China National Radio, I believe there's China National Radio 1, China National Radio 2, which I think is business radio. There's CNR 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and there's so many different national radio stations across China, and they're on so many frequencies. There's like hundreds of domestic shortwave broadcasts in China, and I figured there have to be people out there that listen to those, and clearly there are. So thank you for writing in. Going over to Manila, Philippines, I guess still staying in Asia, we have an email coming in from Kirsten, and she writes, Dear John, hello, how are you doing? It's been a while since I emailed something for VORW. To interject, things are going good. Things are going good. It's still crazy that the channel managed to break the milestone of 2 million subscribers. It's crazy to me that happened, but it's just very difficult for me to visualize those large numbers. It's crazy. But you continue. I was watching an old video where you posted how to find your creativity, and in that video you mentioned that you write short stories. I'm curious, on what themes do you usually explore when writing? Are there any archetypes that you often use in your stories? Also, while I was listening to a previous podcast, you've mentioned reading Max Brooks's latest novel. Is horror fiction, like World War Z and Devolution, your go-to genre? And do you also read non-fiction or perhaps a few classics? That's all I would like to inquire, and hope you stay safe during these tough times. Sincerely, Kirsten. Well, thank you for writing in from Manila. It's always good to hear from you as well. I know you're a regular listener. The short stories, I still do those, and I haven't released a lot lately. because I always just like editing them and smoothing them out, and I don't know, maybe one day I'll release like a little compendium of, a dozen or so at the same time. But one of the themes, and this, I think some people would be upset by this, but it really is just, I don't know how they are. A lot of these stories are not necessarily the most positive in the world. By that I mean the themes largely explore more of the negative traits in humanity than the positive ones. And really, not necessarily perhaps the protagonist, but the world around the protagonist is usually some sort of hellish place filled with evil people. That is one of the themes. I usually explore the very worst traits in society and in humanity. And it's usually a world full of selfish, evil people. And I don't mean to focus on that, obsessively or anything. It's just what tends to come out more often than not. But certainly try to maybe write some more positive stuff one day. The horror genre is, of course, one that is of interest to me as well. And, certainly... But I do balance it out. I do enjoy reading both classics as well as, nonfiction, as well as fictional pieces, and vice versa. One thing that I enjoy doing, just again purely for the fun of it, is I will sometimes read these amateur stories. So some of them are really masterfully written, but it's always the luck of the draw, where I will go on to Reddit, and to tell you the truth, I don't really use Reddit all that much anymore. It's just, is what it is. It's just, some things get so political, but one subreddit that I'll still go on from time to time is No Sleep. And what that is it's really people just write scary stories. And it's a very popular subreddit. Lots and lots of people use it. I'm always a lurker. I've never submitted a single thing, and I've never made a single comment or post or anything there. But I just lurk. And I'll read some of the stories there. And some of the stories are better than others. It's like, I always sort the posts out by top. I always try and look at which ones are most popular. Not that that's always indicative of quality, but I usually hope for it to be. But some of them are just silly. It's just silly stuff. There was one story that I saw the other day that, had 1,000-something upvotes. People seemed to like it. And I checked it out, and I wasn't all that impressed by it, honestly. It was, I don't want to say bad, but again, I wasn't really all that stunned by it. It was called The Ball Pit Shark. It was about someone who had a ball pit as a kid. And there was a shark that lived in it, and it killed his friend. It was just, I don't know. I could see what they were trying to go for, but I just didn't. Again, I didn't think it was the best, but people seemed to like it, and everyone's tastes are different, and if, people thought it was a real nail-biter, I respect that, but again, I just wasn't all that impressed by it. But other stories are very good. Sometimes I think, I wonder if these are ever ghost-written by, a legitimate, a well-known author. Who knows? Some of them just seem that good. But thank you for writing. You're listening to VORW International. You can reach me at VORWINFO@gmail.com with any questions, comments, or pieces of feedback. We've been on air for a while, but let's continue the mailbag, and let's see if we can get to some more feedback, more correspondence. Alright, well, it looks like the storms are pretty much clearing out. There was some rain, some lightning, but nothing crazy by any means. I guess the more severe stuff was missed. Let's get to a couple more emails. Let's keep this going. Have a short email coming in from Austin. Just writes, Blaze Pizza is my favorite pizza chain. Not my favorite local pizza place, but chain. They have really good selection of toppings and would recommend checking them out. So, Blaze Pizza, another suggestion for them. We already talked about them for a while in the last show, but thank you for also kind of seconding that. Yeah, more gourmet type, but still looks good. I'll certainly give them a chance if given the opportunity, most definitely. So thank you, Austin, for writing in, and for your Blaze Pizza recommendation. Next we have an email coming in from Nick, who writes, Greetings, I am Nicholas from Ohio, somewhat new listener to the podcast, and I would like to thank you for your help getting me through my tedious days at work, as I've decided to stop relying on my ADHD medication, as I am 2 years into my adult life, and would like to control it on my own. Unfortunately, this makes me feel extremely slow, but the podcast helps soothe that. I would greatly appreciate your perspective on something, since with the attic fall, you might have some input. I have a friend who lives out of state, who has been diagnosed with ALS within the last year, and has gone from being fine to losing all use of his hands, and now has to play games with a mouth controller. We are aware that we will be losing him within the next few years. He, however, has already come to grips with his death. While the certainty of it is extremely hard for us, all of his friends to grapple with, and is something we all dread and want to change. Why do you think people facing certain death come to grips with it so quickly, for the most part, when people around them refuse to believe it up until the person's deathbed? Also, do you have any ideas as to what I can do to cope with such a dark future for my friend? I look forward to hearing your response on the next podcast. Thanks for all you do, from Nick. Well, thank you, Nick, for your kind words, correspondence, and I'm glad that the podcast is able to help you out with the ADHD. And of course, I am very sorry to hear about your friend. ALS, of course, is a very serious condition, as I know you can see firsthand. And I'm sorry that the prognosis, of course, for your friend is just not good at all. Now, it's an interesting question you bring up in terms of one's mortality, and I kind of talked about this, I guess, a little bit earlier, but not necessarily in this aspect. As to how I think in some cases, if someone is facing essentially imminent death due to a terminal illness, how is someone able to come to terms with that? And I think it's one of those things that from an outside perspective, looking in, might be very difficult. And the other thing is that this isn't something that should really be put in absolute terms. That granted, while I think a number of people who do deal from these conditions that unfortunately do lead to death end up coming to terms with their fate and with mortality and accept their death, essentially. Granted, there are always some who don't. But I know what you mean in terms of, a good amount that really do, and why perhaps that is. And I think it's purely, it's just, I don't know if the best way to, I don't even really understand it either, but it's just something that I think for some, I don't know, it's just a certain understanding that comes about. I don't know, in my circumstance, again, I know I didn't at this point, but at the time, when I wasn't sure if I had a brain injury or something, that might mean that I won't be around for much longer, and I was waiting for the scans and all that stuff, I was not having any sort of, I don't know, panic attack or anything. I wasn't sitting there freaking out, with this intense fear or anything, thinking, what if this is my last day? I really wasn't. I was just kind of, if I go, I go. I mean, I don't know. I was, I guess, accepting of fate, you could say. And it wasn't like the thought didn't come into my head. I really was thinking, what if there's a chance that there is a brain injury and I'm going to be dead today or tomorrow? That thought distinctly was in my head, but I wasn't really all that upset by it. It was just kind of like, well, whatever happens, happens. I mean, it's just something that I wish I could avoid, but what can I do about it? So I think in the end, maybe it's just a certain degree of that people just in such a drastic situation, I don't know, they're able to just come to terms with it. Again, I don't think that speaks for everyone, but certainly I think that might be why. That when, you are essentially on the receiving end of this, it's just, again, everyone perceives things differently. Everyone has their own philosophy and viewpoint on things, and it's just some people, I guess, just accept the situation as it is. Now, you also asked for advice in this difficult time, and what I would recommend, as cliched as it is number one, you always have to be respectful of how your friend is feeling. One thing that I think is important to do, and this is just what I would do anyway, is just because obviously your friend isn't in the best shape anymore. Obviously the ALS is, again, very severe, and everyone is aware of that. Don't really treat him any differently due to that fact. Now, obviously, you can't sit there and say, we want to go for a run or something. That's common sense stuff. But I just think one mistake I think some people make, and I think maybe it's just people try to have too much sympathy, I don't know, for someone who just is really not doing the best, is they almost talk down to you. It's almost like, I don't know, they talk down to you like you're, I don't know, like you're stupid or something. Like they, you try to just put things in simple terms and talk real slow, and, maybe you're a little too understanding. It would just, in my circumstance, if I were still coherent, I would still just want to be talked to like it's a normal day and just continue going about that. Rather than making every single thing about and ever revolving around the ailment that I would be going through. Because I would imagine you would already get enough of that. So it'd still be nice, even if it's in your final days, to kind of have the things that you cherish in life, the experiences still continue. So still make sure, most importantly, you still treat him, as a friend. Don't just treat him as the friend with ALS. Obviously be respectful to his circumstance, but, still be the friend that you've always been for him. And still be there, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, as long as he's okay with that. But, continue to make memories, continue, like we were talking about, to savor those little experiences. Again, things are different now, but there, I think, are still memories to be made. Still things you can do, and still good times that can be had. So, remember, just cherish the little things. Even if it's sitting down and just spending some time, having a conversation, whatever it is. Whatever it is. So don't forget even the small, simple, little, mundane things as well. And just, be there, be respectful, be understanding, and just make the most out of things, that's all. But again, I'm really sorry that, you have to see your friend in this shape, but I really wish you and your friend the very best. So thank you, Nicholas over there in Ohio, for writing in. Alright, so this, I guess this next bout of correspondence is probably going to be the last for the show. And then that'll be that. We'll have another one in the bag, and on to the next. If you do have any feedback, I should say, you can always correspond with the broadcast and write in to VORWINFO@gmail.com. Alright, next up we have an email coming in from Josie in Birmingham, England, writing, I was listening to your most recent podcast, and this question specifically refers to the sleep/insomnia part of things. I'm almost 100% certain that I have a disorder called delayed sleep phase syndrome. I was curious whether you have ever heard of it before, and maybe it fits into what you're going through, or maybe you've been through it in the past. It's essentially where your sleeping routine will always become shifted to where you sleep later and later every night. Sometimes I've gone to bed at 9 a.m. because of how severe it gets. Some people are able to control it and manage it, but for the most part it's terribly difficult, and there's no cure, because it's purely your own circadian rhythm, which you can't change. Sometimes I'm able to deal with it by doing all-nighters and then going to bed at like 7 p.m., to try to keep up a good routine for as long as I can, but it always goes bad. You just have to continue the cycle once more to keep it in check and hope for the best. Just curious about your thoughts, and if it applies to you in any type of way. It's definitely interesting, nonetheless. Well, thank you for writing in. Yeah, I'm reading this right now. Yeah, delayed sleep phase syndrome. And, it's exactly what you mentioned. Now, I've never gotten it checked out. But it sounds to me, in regards to my circadian rhythm, it sounds to me like it could easily be something that, might give me problems. Now, really, though, I know at this point in time I'm able to manage, and it's kind of fun to have this sleep schedule, I guess, constantly shifting. Because then there are times you're able to be on a day schedule, times you're able to be on a night schedule, and you get to experience a little bit of everything. But obviously, if you have a schedule that you need to keep up, it's going to be really difficult, and it's going to be really annoying, and it's going to get in the way of things. I'm not going to go as far as to say that that's what I have for sure, but I will definitely say that a good part of me, after reading that, thinks that may very well be what I have. For instance, I just want to give a bit of an example in terms of my own circadian rhythm. Let's go back... I'm just thinking, let's go back like 5 days, okay? So, I'm up a bit. I fall asleep at around 4 p.m., okay? So that's when I fall asleep, around 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Alright, so I rest for a while, and I wake up at around, let's say midnight. Alright, so it's a decent sleep, it's like an 8-9 hour sleep. Then, for some reason, I'm unable to get back to sleep at a normal time, and I stay up for around 26 hours. And I fall asleep at 2 a.m. the next day. Now that's a very severe example, but let's keep it going. So all of a sudden now, I fall asleep at 2 a.m. after staying up for 24 or 26 hours. That's a huge change, number one, in your sleep schedule. Now all of a sudden you went from the last time you went to sleep was 3 p.m., and now you're going to sleep at 2 a.m. Okay. Then the next day, you go to sleep, instead of 2 a.m., you go to sleep at 3 a.m. Then the next day you go to sleep at 5 a.m. And then the next day you go to sleep at 7 a.m. So you see how it is, where every single day for me, and those are my real bedtimes, you see how there's that one day where I'm on that afternoon schedule, then there's just an issue, and it jumps to the nighttime schedule, But now, you see how every single day the bedtime shifts a little bit, right? Starts out at 2 a.m., then 3 a.m., then 5 a.m., and then 7 a.m. Really, over just the course of 4 days, now all of a sudden, you have a 5-hour difference, right? And that already changes a sleep schedule pretty immensely. So, that's what it is for me. And I suppose that would fit the profile of the delayed sleep disorder, the delayed sleep phase syndrome is what the official name is. So I bet that does fit the profile, but we'll certainly see. So thank you for suggesting it. I'll certainly read into it more. To me, though, it doesn't sound like there's any sort of, really anything you can do about it. It's kind of just like, deal with it, and at least you know what the problem is, but you can't really do anything about it from there. So thank you for writing in, though. Next email comes in from Saskia, writing, aliens must exist logically. It's impossible that they don't. To say they don't is a logical fallacy, based on the believed theory by science that everything that exists, including multiverses and space in general, is infinite, and there is an infinite amount of time, then something that is possible, no matter how bizarre, must happen or exist. For example, if a planet like Earth can and does exist and hold intelligent life, then there must be a similar one in space, even if it is light years away. Of course, it is a different question as to whether or not they have visited Earth, as that's probably not even possible. It can't be argued with the infinity / necessity of Earth, like the entire multiverse, because our planet is not infinite. It was created and will die, and its contingency and our specific human's contingency makes it almost impossible for us to be alive and close to an intelligent alien race when they have the right technology to travel far in space. However, it is certain that aliens will visit each other one day, or already have, if the physics of space allow for far travel at all, or if two planets that are inhabiting life can be close enough to not destroy each other and still visit, which we don't know. You might be thinking, if it's possible they can visit Earth, then it should happen eventually, right? Well, yes and no, because there won't be another Earth once this one has been destroyed. Anything that is irreplaceable with time can only be mimicked in our future planets. In our exact position may be called Earth 2. Anyway, just my thoughts. I wouldn't say it's a logical fallacy. Again, that is, especially with the mention of the multiverse, I think going into some more theoretical stuff. But granted, of course, there are many people who truly believe in the multiverse, but that's not necessarily proven one way or another. And granted, of course, if it is proven that, let's say there is a multiverse and it's infinite, etc., then of course it would be, still, what do we really know? I'd say there's a 99.9% chance of intelligent life being out there. I would say probably near 100%. But there's still that possibility that what if we are all alone in the universe? What if we are? What if all this other stuff just exists and we're it? But I know what you mean, and I'm not arguing or really disagreeing with you at all. I just wanted to mention the multiverse and still how a lot of that is theoretical. There's lots of people, even in the scientific community, who don't necessarily believe it. But again, I think it's very, very likely that intelligent life exists, and really it's just a question, have they visited Earth or not, right? That's the big what if. Next email comes in from Jaden. It's a question that's been asked so many times before, so we'll be short here. Just a question, do you enjoy watching television? So, thank you, Jaden. I do watch television from time to time, and I think this is a question, and I don't say this to try to berate you at all. that I get, I think, in every single show. Lots and lots of people are curious about my television watching habits. And, it's just something that I partake in, but it is by no means any sorts of anything that I just watch constantly. Again, some of my favorite programs, I enjoy watching the local news. I don't really watch national news because it's so politicized and it's all this finger pointing and stuff, so I watch the local news. I watch NHK, World Japan very often. I watch... what other channels do I watch? I watch Court TV. Then I watch their other channel, Court TV Mystery. I watch True Crime Network. And that's about it, really. I watch a lot of police-related stuff, a lot of crime-related stuff, and otherwise just news and programming from the NHK. So that's what I watch a lot of the time, but I don't have any sorts of cable or satellite. I kind of go old-fashioned with over-the-air television, so I have an antenna, and I just receive whatever I can pick up. But why not? I'm one of those people that, why pay for all these channels that I will never watch? I can have an antenna here, I can, mess around with it and get plenty of stuff that I enjoy watching for free of charge. I would always recommend, if you're on a budget or whatever, go with over-the-air television, and, I think you'll find that there's still more stuff broadcast that is pretty decent than you would think, so that's what I do there. We hear from John writing in. Says, during these tough times, it is difficult to stay inside, so I started to partake on walks myself, although with caution, and to stay away from people. I normally walk on early mornings where the streets are not so filled with people, and maybe the evening too. During the summer I've almost nothing to do but watch your videos daily since June. These VORWs help me sleep because of your relaxing voice. I'm sure most people's mental health has been having some differences in quarantine, but the VORW shows sure do help me. A few questions for you. Question 1. Do you still browse your subreddit? On occasion. I don't post there all that much, but I'll still browse around every now and then, but I kind of just let everyone do their own thing. I don't make my own account any sort of integral part to it. So, I'm still kind of there, but I'm not the most active, but I still check it, but I just let people do their own thing. Question 2. What was your favorite subject in elementary, middle, and high school, and why? My favorite subject in those were all the same. It was all history. History, I guess as it was called social studies, but really history, was my favorite subject. It was always just the most interesting to me. And I don't know, it was just fun to learn about all these historical figures and events that have happened. And it was almost more like storytelling as opposed to sitting there and, doing mathematical equations. So it was, certainly, it was fascinating to me. I was always captivated. I always did well in those subjects, and there would be times, even as silly as it is, I would take the history textbook, and I would just read it for fun. I would read the chapters that we wouldn't even be covering just for the fun of it. It was, I don't know, just enjoyable to learn about history. So, that was my favorite by a long shot. And it's just a shame that you can have such enthusiasm and interest in history, but where is it going to get you in today's world? It's not going to get you anywhere, sadly. That's what they all tell you. That's what they always say. Oh, don't pursue a path in history because it's not going to get you anywhere, right? So instead, go with something that you're gonna have to get in a ton of debt for. Then years later, you're gonna sit there stressed out, depressed, with your head in your hands, wondering why you went this way. But that's what you're supposed to do, right? That equals success. So don't go with history. It's a bad choice, that's what they all say. And that's a shame. It's a shame that so many people, they discourage you so much from ever trying to I don't know, trying to get into the subject of history. It's disappointing. Question 3, how do you picture a future life on Mars, if achieved by mankind in the next 500 years? I don't know why, but the idea of terraforming Mars doesn't seem all that practical to me. Maybe, but I just don't see that. But, instead, I don't know, I just can't visualize it any other way but having these little domiciles, and everyone has to wear their suits, and they'll bounce around from one to the next, and that'll be it. But who knows? I mean, of course, terraforming, as perhaps adventurous as it is, it would seem for me anyway, the best way to try to get, another Earth-like planet that could be habitable. So, I don't know. Otherwise, I don't see that necessarily succeeding. I think it's a little too ambitious. It'd be fascinating, but I don't know. I still imagine everyone in their spacesuits bouncing around and doing their things, and that's, I'm sure we're better than that. Question 4, besides the pandemic, do you think there's anything people should be concerned about right now? Two things. Number one, the fact that privacy doesn't exist anymore. That's very concerning to me. Also, one thing is that, at least here in the United States, it seems like in many ways, civility is going out the door, and people all over the place are getting angrier and angrier. Is it going to boil over one day? Is it going to reach that tipping point? We'll see. But I think these should be setting off alarm bells like crazy. Finally, you just asked the question, if you could be able to go on vacation to anywhere on Earth, where would it be and why? Thanks so much for the excellent uploads. I love the lighting and ambiance in the weekly food reviews. Us fans always support you. Best regards, from John. Thanks, John. Good to hear from you. And, there's plenty of places. I would really like to go at some point, maybe to Japan. I know that's from watching NHK, but it's a beautiful place. A beautiful place. One day, perhaps, I'll visit there. Otherwise, certainly parts of Europe. And really, Europe or Asia, for sure. Some of the various countries there, but it is not one location that I have in mind, just the various countries in their entirety. Thank you for writing in, John. Next up, we have an email coming in from Ben in Reading, England, who just says, I hope this email finds you well and in good health amidst the problems facing Florida as of late. I've been enjoying the longer shows lately, and my favorite part of the week is when your new podcasts release on YouTube, so I can relax and listen for a few hours. Keep up the great work. Anyway, quick question, or rather a suggestion, about the podcast for you. Would you ever consider occasionally having guests on the show to discuss topics? Like many, I love the show as it is, but I thought it might be an interesting thing to try out if you were comfortable with the idea and could find the right guest. The only reason I ask is because your recent Twitter banter with Anthony Fantano reminded me of when you featured on his podcast years ago, and I really liked listening to it when I discovered that episode of his podcast recently. Just wanted to hear your perspective on the matter. Looking forward to the next show. So, thank you, Ben, over there in Reading, England. Good to hear from you. I don't know if there will be a time when guests will be on the show. Not that I have any sort of, I guess you'd say, disdain for having guests. It would all depend, but I don't know. There's a chance. Maybe one day there will be, but I would say there's very likely an equal chance that there won't be. But thank you certainly for your question and your suggestion. A short email coming in from Alexis in Southwest Virginia. It just says, I watch all your YouTube videos and try to catch the radio shows when I can, but sadly I'm usually at work. But now listening to the podcast, I have a couple questions for you. Question 1. Are you playing any video games during quarantine? Maybe you talked about it before, but I don't think I've ever heard you talk about video games ever. It depends. I am by no means... Number one, I will say this first and foremost, because the definition of video games really, it depends. So to clarify, in the traditional sense, that is having a gaming console and going from there, no, I don't. In the sense of playing something on the computer, that is a yes and no. But again, I do not play anything with a traditional console. I haven't for years. When it comes down to console-type video games, first console I ever played was the Nintendo GameCube when I was young. Then from there I moved on to the PlayStation 2, and then after that the Nintendo Wii. And that's it. That was my technological progression. So you can kind of see it went from like the early 2000s to the mid-late 2000s, and that was about it. So it's been a very long time since I've ever done anything console-wise. But on the computer, I've done plenty of stuff. I haven't played all that much lately, but some games that I'll kind of, rotate with. I think the most popular one that a lot of people at least are familiar with is RuneScape. I've certainly played that for years. I've on and off for the last 10 years. I've played RuneScape. I've always been a fan of old school RuneScape. Ever since they released that, that's what I always went with. I was always a fan of old school because I just, that's what I like. I like the older feel of it. I like the simplicity. And, I don't know, it just brings back memories also of when I first started, and that's just the way I like it. So, old school RuneScape for sure, that's what I play. Some people I'm sure might want to know what the account is. I will remain anonymous, I could, I don't really, I never communicate with anyone though, so I don't think that, maybe I've been talking to him all this time. No, I keep to myself very much, but sometimes I'll play it. It's fun. One of my favorite things in old school RuneScape to ever do, if I were to play it seriously, I always enjoy doing the clue scrolls. Those are always a lot of fun. It's just, the little bit of problem solving and then the variability as to the kind of reward you'll get for doing it is most enjoyable. But anyway, if it's not that, I'll sometimes play some of the old school games on Miniclip. I'll still play the 8-ball pool every now and then, though I haven't played that one as much, honestly. I'm sure there will be a time where I will go back to it, but I haven't really played that game as much. So, there's that. There's the built-in Microsoft games on my computer that I enjoy. I enjoy playing Solitaire, I enjoy playing the chess, and I enjoy playing Mahjong. So those three, a lot of fun. Minesweeper as well, I guess 4, really, is great. So I'll do those. That's a lot of fun. Then one other game that I've recently started playing. I'm not any good at it, but it's still fun. Going real old school, back to the 80s, I'll play Pac-Man online, just for the fun of it, it's just enjoyable. So I'll do that sometimes as a little bit of a time waster. But that's about it otherwise. I am by no means any sort of hardcore gamer or any of that. But that's just what I do if I go ahead and do it. So thank you for your question there. I think you did have a second question, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check. Yes, question 2. Have you ever played Dungeons & Dragons? And if so, what was your character's race and class? I've been listening to your podcast while world building my own campaign, and I was curious if you have played. Thanks for the countless hours of content and fun. I absolutely adore your channel, and it is what I turn to for my dopamine on my bad days. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you, Alexis, over there in Southwest Virginia. I've never played Dungeons & Dragons. It's a game that, of course, I've heard of very much. But I have never played it, so I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit there and, give you some answer that obviously is incoherent, but I've never played it. So thanks for writing in. Next, we have an email coming in from Richard saying, currently tuning in via SoundCloud and TuneIn for broadcast, so nothing to add for reception reports until I get a shortwave radio. I'm sure you will cover and get many questions on the subject of the terrible explosion in Beirut. I wanted to add to the conversation and ask your opinions on similar man-made catastrophic events, Chernobyl and Fukushima. To me, man-made disasters have always been so mysterious and intriguing. I'm always obsessed with the details of how did these events come to transpire, who made the decisions, and what chain of events sparked the final outcome. To me, Chernobyl is so interesting because it would be something straight out of a movie that defies belief, yet it happened here on Earth and in recent modern time and not on some TV show or fictional book. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this. So thank you, Richard. Yeah, I mean, what I think something to say that I imagine you've heard this plenty of times, the expression, sometimes reality is stranger than fiction, and I think that's very true. Sometimes you get these things that happen that it's like, you would think, how? This seems like it's too strange for even, but here it is, right in reality, here in real life. It's crazy, it's certainly crazy. Who would have thought, if I went back a year ago, somehow, and said that, in 2020, everything's going to be shut down because of this pandemic, and it's going to be crazy, and it's, like, who would believe that? It's seem absurd. But those catastrophes are of interest to me as well. I'm not going to go ahead and say that that's something that I would imagine focus on, probably to the extent that you do, but it's certainly something that I've read about, and it is of interest to me as well. One thing that I think some people always blame, of course, that Chernobyl and Fukushima both have in common, is that it's nuclear, and that they're both nuclear accidents and dilemmas, but, some people use that as a case to say that's why we shouldn't have nuclear energy. I still support nuclear energy, though. I know it's dangerous, and it has its issues, but that's the thing. As long as it can be controlled, obviously there's instances where it's poorly done. But that's why it's something that I support, but needs to be taken extremely seriously in terms of nuclear power. But yeah, these catastrophes, it's crazy how it is, but look, the thing is, with humanity, mistakes get made. Accidents happen, and sometimes the repercussions are huge. I remember decades and decades ago, I read about this. I think this was in the 50s or so. I don't know for sure. But there was the time the U.S. almost dropped an atomic bomb in North Carolina and almost, nuked a town there by accident. I mean, how crazy is that? Where I think they were transporting it and somehow the atomic bomb, like it fell out of the plane or something. And had that have gone off, then the bomb would have exploded, and this poor town in North Carolina would have been nuked inadvertently. And it's just like, you would think, how could a mistake like that be made with something so powerful? Wait and see, it'll happen eventually, and sure enough, what happened, mistakes happen, but sadly they do have consequences. Nothing, in my opinion, is perfect, and nothing is foolproof. But certainly I think that we should at least try our best to avoid any mistakes we can. So thank you for corresponding. And with that, that's about all that we have for today. There were a few emails that we weren't able to get to for this broadcast, but I still have them marked down, and perhaps if conditions allow, we will get to them in the next show. So don't feel bad if you did write in, and even if your feedback wasn't read, I still have some emails marked down that we'll probably get to in the next show, on top of whatever comes in for this program. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. I know this one was a long one, but I hope it was enjoyable. I hope there was some good diversity in the topics and discussion. And remember, you can be a part of this show too. Any feedback, questions, topic suggestions, or statements you have to offer are always welcome to VORWinfo@gmail.com. And remember, please keep the broadcast going. A donation via PayPal to VORWinfo@gmail.com keeps this show going. And if you have the time for Saturday, please tune in to the special 300 kilowatt broadcast on 6070 kilohertz shortwave. Link to listen again is in the description in the pinned comment, so you can really tune in online right there. But remember, the broadcast will be going out 1 p.m. Eastern, that's 6 p.m. BST, 7 p.m. Central European Standard Time, 8 p.m. Moscow Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. In Iran, 10:30 p.m. in India, 1 a.m. in Beijing. But really hope you could tune in, and feedback for that broadcast as well is welcome to VORWinfo@gmail.com. Be safe out there, be healthy, and do take care. This is VORW International, signing off for now. That's all.